Um, so a contentious but polite conversation with Mr. Girl over his falling out with Destiny and his abuse allegations and my perceptions of the space and my perceptions of the abuse and whether or not this is enough ammunition for him to go after his former friend and then all that kind of stuff. So we'll find out. I'm not going to try to make him like uncomfortable or really dig into a fight for like no fucking reason. But there will probably be some level of pushback, and I'll try to be polite, but also positioning my own perspective on the issue, which is basically I don't see how Twitch or YouTube politics can really be different. And Destiny's popularity is largely based off of what he believes to be toxic. And then also, what was the other thing? Perceives to be toxic. And also, if he was going to conduct a serious investigation into alleged emotional or sexual abuse of somebody, there would be a better way to do it. Lowell Connor, did you see my combo with Max? I have not, Doomer Media, but honestly, like if you DM me, like if you send it to the group DM with you, me, and Sitch, or if you just DM me on Twitter, I'll absolutely watch it. Careful. That's the Sephiroth, that's the kind of rhetoric that I'm going to try to avoid. So, given the blackout, yeah, Christian Valeris, yeah, so I won't be able to appear on Destiny for the next 2 weeks at least. If the conversation doesn't go well, then I'm sure he'll, not look on me as favorably as he used to. But that would actually be what would be interesting is trying to have a good faith conversation about the pseudo abusive dynamics of Twitch and YouTube politics in the first place, but do it from an earnest perspective, but then getting blackballed and trashed because you tried to have an earnest conversation about abusive dynamics that now separates you from the rest of the pack. That's actually like an interesting meta. So I hope I'm wrong. Yeah. Headset is fine. Whatever floats your goat butt. So, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey.
Hey, buddy. Can you hear me?
Hey, man. Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, let me pop this out. I'm trying to deboomer my stream.
Nice.
Pop out. All right, yeah, we're good. And then...
Well, I don't have to record it then, since you're...
I'll
you're broadcasting it.
I do unlist my streams, but I promise I will make the conversation accessible to you.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And then, obviously, just to lay my cards on the table, because I know you don't like bullshit. My cards on the table. I'm perfectly comfortable sharing my real and valid opinions about Destiny and the Twitch and YouTube political space, and maybe your perception of emotional or whatever forms of abuse. I'm perfectly fine answering any questions you have. But I would also, if you would permit me, I would like to pick your brain a little bit just of your perception of these issues, because some of the stuff I think might be self-evident from my perspective, but maybe it wasn't evident to you. So I'd just like to maybe push back in a tactful manner.
Yeah, you can push back. There might be stuff I can't answer or engage with, but
that's fine. I'm not going to try to dig in too deep. I want to talk about the broader subject.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds fine.
All right, perfect. Then hello for the streamer posterity. This is Mr. Girl. Do you want to summarize kind of the situation, or would you like me to for the sake of, I don't know, the video?
Well, we have the DM I sent you. I think that's my standard summary now.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll read it, and then if you don't mind, I'll give my summary.
Yeah.
So let me get.
Hey, Connor.
Here. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's great. That would be great. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Connor. As you probably know, I'm coming forward as an emotional abuse victim of Destiny and writing an article about abusive dynamics in this community. Are you interested in doing an interview for the article? You're welcome to record it or to specify that parts of it are off the record, which I guess is not going to be possible right now, but if you have anything to say off the record later, let me know.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and then I think I sent you, basically to just summarize it, a response that said that I think that the Twitch and YouTube political space is inherently combative. It's part of what makes this space the space in the first place. And basically, Destiny is a talented but stubborn debate personality who admittedly can be an asshole some of the time, but also that's just kind of the way it is, and I don't know if the space can be better. And that was my response. And then just to summarize the drama, just really quickly, my perspective on the issue is that you have always been a relatively controversial and contentious figure who's very interested in exploring ideas that might make other folks uncomfortable. As a result of that, you've been in several controversies, but after falling into your perhaps largest controversy, Destiny and you developed a friendship. He liked your frankness and your earnestness when it came to controversial subjects. You probably liked him because he was one of the few people who was willing to extend you a large degree of charity, at least back then. But then after a series of events in which you and Destiny had frustrating dynamics related to the audiences, you basically started questioning whether or not there was maybe something more toxic at play. And then that led you to conduct this investigation into Destiny in particular, but also the Twitch and YouTube area in general, on whether or not this is like a toxic and abusive space that kind of destroys the people it sucks in. Does that feel relatively fair?
No comment.
Okay. All right. So that's my perspective. So I mean, if you wanna lead it, or I can lead it. I'll leave it up to you.
Well, either one. I mean, my purpose in the conversation is to interview you for my article. The purpose of the article is largely to advocate for you.
Okay.
So if you have questions for me or there's stuff you want to say first, I'm happy to do that.
Then I'll do it just in case we get contentious, like either during the interview or during my series of questions. If it gets uncomfortable for you, let me know. And if it's uncomfortable for you, then we can just move into the questions for the purpose of the interview, and then I'll just answer the questions. But my thing is a lot of these definitions, like abuse, right? Are kind of broad. And so I think there can be an abusive element to the space that's relatively inherent, that Destiny is no worse of a perpetrator than the other people who participate in this space. For instance, Prime Kai, good friend, or at least I think of him as a friend. Dylan Burns, I also think of him as a friend. They are both hosts of what is essentially a political debate wrestling match, and they profit off of the pain and cringe and bad takes of the people they bring onto their show. You could call that abusive because after platforming these people, the ringleaders make money and the contestants either make money or catch a destructive amount of shit. But that's also kind of how I feel the space is natural. So do you have any questions or pushback about like Twitch and YouTube politics kind of being inherently abusive or at least inherently potentially harmful?
No, I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay, so I guess my follow-up question would be, do you think that Destiny, insofar as like not the sexual allegations, but insofar as the maybe participating in an abusive system that over time can destroy some orbiters, do you think that he has any worse of a culpability for that system than maybe Dylan Burns or Prime Kai or maybe the smaller creators who try to profit from the system? Do you think he's any worse of a player?
Yes.
Okay. I know that some of this subject might be sensitive, but maybe keeping it general, would you mind explaining why you think he's particularly nefarious or different than the other players in the game?
I think especially since I'm interviewing you about your thoughts about this,
Sure.
it's probably not a good idea for me to try to convince you
Okay, then how about this? So you don't color the interview, and so I can just share my unvarnished thoughts. I would appreciate it if you answered some of my questions at the end, but how about we just start with
Okay.
the interview? That way it's
Okay.
uncolored by your feedback.
Okay. Um, First question.
Mm-hmm.
You have blocked me on Twitter.
Yeah.
Can I ask you about that?
Yes, please.
When did you block me?
Probably after the nuclear stream, I would say. If it wasn't around, if it wasn't that exact date, it's around then.
Okay. Why did you block me?
So the my perception is that you had a negative interaction with Destiny. As a result of that negative interaction, you became, aware from your own perception that, basically Destiny is a particularly abusive or negative person. And you kind of, I think people have used this term, and I'm not trying to improperly load it, but you went on a explorative expedition to find if other people agreed with your assessment. And basically, from my perspective, some of the ways that you're worried about your perception coloring my interview, I felt like the way that you reached out to people could color their answers as well, where you're like, definitively me, like definitively I'm an emotional abuse victim of Destiny. As a result, I'm looking for other emotional abuse victims. And then kind of like, people might not have thought about a situation in the past like that, but then because of the way a question is colored, they kind of rethink their relationships. That seemed to me not great. Also, even though a lot of time has passed, I did find it shocking that like you and Destiny kind of like took like a borderline like a blood brother oath where you were saying like, hey, a lot of people have fucked you over in the past. I'm not going to fuck you over. Basically, you can trust me. Like that was kind of your original messaging. I understand things change over time. But seeing the investigation in light of that original conversation, it rubbed me wrong to put it tactfully.
Can I ask, can I ask you to connect that to blocking me? Both of those things?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't have much of an intention of interacting with you going forward. I feel like you've burned a lot of bridges with people that I respect, whether that's like Kyla or Stardust, who everybody is guilty of random sins to a certain degree. We all have our flaws. But I like and respect these people. So the fact that you've had negative relationships and negative interactions with Destiny, you've had negative interactions with Kyla, you've had negative interactions with Stardust, eventually I don't, need to interact with you necessarily in the future. And if you're going to have all these negative interactions with people that I like, then why am I going to continue a relationship, basically?
Okay. Um, I think I have a general sense of what you think about what I've been doing based on what you said.
You can say it, and I
Um,
can tell you whether or not it's accurate.
um,
Or if you have more interview questions, we can go through the interview questions, and then you can tell me if you think it's going to
no,
color
yeah,
my
I
perspective.
have more interview. I have more
Yeah, so
interview questions.
let's get through the questions first, and then maybe if you want to take like a bullet note where you're like, hey, this is interesting, I think this is Connor's perspective. If you just want to take that note, we can discuss that after we get through the questions.
Have you ever felt or been harassed or dogpiled by Destiny's audience?
Yeah, like, but very, very mildly, which is basically like some people were talking shit on Twitter, but I think that's pretty much par for the course when people believe that you have bad takes. I've had more aggressive interactions with folks from, not to drop names, but basically like, Vash's community, Demon Mama's community, and like, by the way, like, not trying to dog these people. I understand why they dislike me, but I'm just saying that like I am an avatar for an ideology that they dislike
Hmm.
and a perspective that they dislike. And as a result, if I say something they dislike, it, especially if I'm combative in the Twitch and YouTube political space, it only makes sense on some degree that they would voice that dislike because I'm publicly available.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying yes, but less so than other communities.
Yes, and maybe to the same degree as other communities. And if you wanted to point out like a variable, because I try to be as smart as I can, the only variable that would be different is size, right? So
Hmm.
Demon Mama's community is obviously smaller. Vash's community is probably as large as Destiny's, but I have not upset that community particularly aggressively, so they weren't. It wasn't like a shitload of people. And then I think I only upset a few people in DGG, so um, the experience was comparable.
And you experienced it on Twitter, not on the subreddit, or both?
Largely Twitter. And this was perhaps a, just to bring this up, a contention that I had with you. The internet is a very large space. If you want to avoid people that you dislike or who dislike you, going into the lion's den to fight them is perhaps not advisable. Because I'm pretty sure if I went into Vasha subreddit or Demon Mama subreddit or trying to think of who else, but Destiny subreddit, and I was fighting every single one of my points, I'm sure I would catch a lot more shit than I did. I had the conversation with Destiny and Destiny alone. I caught a little bit of shit on Twitter, and if they talk shit on me on the Reddit, you know, I wasn't there to observe it, and they're free to have their opinion. As a result, I am less negatively emotionally impacted.
As a result of you not reading the subreddit?
Correct. Yeah, I don't. I don't even think I have a Reddit account at this point. I understand like it's a good community building tool, but I no, I don't use it actively.
Okay. Can I ask the topic that you like? What happened when you got dogpiled?
So I think for you know, Vosh, Demon Mama, all that kind of stuff, I think it's largely for standing. You know, folks like Lauren Southern, you know, Tim Pool, Nick Fuentes.
Oh,
Not
sorry.
that.
I,
Mm-hmm.
I was asking about the time you were
With
dogpiled
DGG.
by. Yeah.
I literally think it was probably 2 or 3 Twitter accounts, and basically I had a contentious conversation with a gentleman by the name of Doobie about like law enforcement and law enforcement violence and all that kind of stuff, and I had made perhaps some aggressive statements about corrections officers and law enforcement officers using maybe what they would perceive to be excessive force, but to me was justified if immoral. And as a result of me describing it, they assumed that I was endorsing it. And so, as a result of that, they just thought that I was an evil, abusive person who liked to make criminals suffer in ways that our criminal justice system would not permit.
Can you tell me? Okay, you're talking with Doobie on Destiny's stream.
Yeah, well, it was a Prime Kai panel. It got super fucking
Prime
heated.
Cabinet.
Doobie was being an
Okay.
asshole. Destiny jumps in, and as a result, I catch the eyes of 3 to 10,000 fucking people. It gets
Mhm.
posted to his channel. So that's another 50,000 to 150,000 people. So yeah, a
Mhm.
few, maybe a few of those people, maybe a few dozen of those people took issue with what I had to say and reached out to me personally to let me know their displeasure.
Can I ask how that affected you, if at all?
Yeah. So for me, obviously, like it's not pleasant. I'm not gonna pretend like, ooh, yeah, I'm rent free. They're thinking about me. Therefore, I'm winning. Like obviously not. It sucks to know that other human beings think that you're a fucking shitbag. But on the whole, I did kind of decide before I got into the political space that this was a price that I was willing to pay, to interact with people, present my ideas and my ideology publicly, and to perhaps have people view my ideas and ideology negatively. And I think it's worth it, for the forwarding of discourse in our country. So it's kind of the price that I'm willing to pay.
Okay, so it sucks, but you think it's worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, do you have a personal rapport or relationship with Steven?
Relatively speaking, I do think we've had. Oh, sorry. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I've DM'd him. I'm a little bit parasocial towards him, where we live in the same state. I've suggested that we go shooting at some point because I think he's a relatively interesting and cool guy. And then also, I've reached out to him a few times in order to try to help with charity projects and all that kind of stuff that I'm working on. He's, kind of done maybe some like background suggestions and all that kind of stuff, but nothing too huge. And I'm trying to think of what else. And we're friendly in DMs, but I wouldn't assume that we're friends. I would just say that we're friendly.
Okay. And I'm assuming that's generally the extent of your interactions with him.
Yeah, and I to be honest, I think that's probably the extent of the interactions with most orbiters, is that until they make a misstep that is violently disagreeable to either Destiny or his audience, they can play in that friend orbiter zone where they're friendly. Maybe you have a debate, maybe you tap in, you have an argument, you tap out. But as long as you don't get too ugly or too personal, you can maintain that relationship. At least it's been an on and off friendly relationship, I would say, for the better part of a year to 2 years. So while not close, we've been able to maintain at least that level of rapport.
Um, okay. I think that's it. The only other thing I would usually ask is if there's anybody else you think I should talk to. But
Mhm.
if there is, I don't think you should say it on stream. So
Okay,
if you
fair.
want to, if you want to DM me, anyone who you think um, I should reach out to ask about their experience with Destiny or DGG or their relationship there, let me
Yeah,
know. But
sure.
I think
And then
that's all my questions.
perfect. Then I would say before I kind of pry your brain and you either choose to share or not to share any information, did you want to perhaps revisit where you're like, hey, I think this is your perception of the situation, and I think I understand that relatively well? Would you mind articulating that, and then we can see if we can dial that in?
Sure. My sense is that it kind of feels like you're like a football player or coach or something, or maybe a team owner, and I'm complaining about concussions, and you're saying, well, like, what do you think was going to happen if you ram your head into somebody a bunch of times? And at some parts where you're talking about this, it feels like you're downplaying the emotional or psychological impact of being hated or attacked online. Other times, it feels like you're acknowledging it more.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it's a little hard for me to get like a clear sense of how these events have impacted you.
Yeah.
But um, and maybe you don't want to give me too clear of a sense. But it sounds like you're saying either way, whether it's bad, not that bad, or
Catastrophic.
whatever
Yeah.
catastrophic. It's what you're signing up for when you enter the lion's den.
Yeah, and not only do I feel like that's an apt analogy, I think it's accurate for the space. Perhaps one of the things that we could get into is you deciding, like actually, I kind of like your sports analogy. So you're like, well, maybe the NFL could hand out fucking, helmets or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe we're in the stage of the NFL where people are just like running into combat with fucking like leather helmets, right? So, I could understand that, but then I guess probably the least interesting thing about this conversation is I kind of felt like once you start reaching out, once you start DMing people, once you start saying, hey, I'm an abuse victim. I believe other people are abuse victims. I'm looking for people to have this conversation, blah, blah, blah. Did you realize or believe that your friendship with Destiny was either over or soon to be over because that eventually would get back to him and he would be upset?
Did I realize that Destiny would end our friendship if he
Over
found out?
you investigating him on the background over abuse allegations? Did you think that he was going to end the relationship over it?
No comment.
Okay. All right. Then so my perception or fear would be from that perspective.
Yeah.
Like when people volunteer friendship and they say like, "Hey, I'll be your boy, we'll take care of each other, we'll do this that the other." That takes like a super high priority, particularly for people like me, because that's not something that's just, said casually. And not only is it said casually, it's also, it's a priority, right? So it should have been, or from an exterior perspective, it should have been a priority in your relationship with Destiny as you go forward, to say like, okay, I made this promise to him that I'm not going to fucking backstab him, that I'm not going to fuck him over. As a result, I'm going to try to basically, respect our friendship, make sure that we maintain a good relationship, make sure there's open lines of communication, et cetera, et cetera. And as a result, we'll try to maintain our relationship. So I guess the follow-up question is, do you feel like you did that sufficiently to assuage your own conscience, where you're like, I tried to communicate him honestly and earnestly in reference to this issue, and he just didn't listen to me. As a result, I had to make a choice between my morals and my relationship. Like, do you feel like you've met that bar for yourself?
You're asking me, do I think I've behaved immorally?
I'm asking whether or not you think that at that point you had no choice but to continue or to start the investigation into his abusive behavior, even if it risked destroying your relationship with him, and it was that important.
I don't know if I had no choice. I think I am doing what I think is the right thing. That's my goal.
Okay. Then what is that doing the right thing? In your moral framework, is that always worth the cost? Where if you lose an important friendship, it doesn't matter because you're doing the right thing. Is that your moral frame by default?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like if you find out your friend is like cheating on their partner or they stole something, like I guess it's the right thing to turn them in, right? But I wouldn't do that. So I this uh yeah, I guess I don't know how to answer this other than to say like um I'm I'm doing what I believe to be the right thing.
Okay. And then, so far, because obviously you've reaped a lot of consequences. I think one of the things that a lot of people respected about you when you first came onto the scene was you're like, hey, I'm going to say what I think needs to be said, regardless of consequence, and I wish you were more like me. That was like your very early free speech absolutism perspective, but then you basically said that you were prepared to reap those consequences. So do you feel now that you have reaped those consequences, where you have a lot of relationships that are no longer intact. Your two major lines of finance are cut off, and by that I'm referring to Twitch and YouTube. And then your last line of income is basically at the mercy of the person who tried to help you the most, but also you're currently making a moral crusade against. Are you as emotionally prepared to suffer these consequences as you were when you first started this adventure, or is it having a wear and tear?
Well, there's always a wear and tear. I
Is
think
it
I
a cost
disagree
you
with a lot
were?
of.
Is it a cost you were prepared to pay? And are you okay with the cost you've paid so far?
Am I okay with it? Like I'm not like I'm not happy about it, but yeah, I
Okay,
I however, the framing you're using completely um
tell me about it.
removes all. Well,
Mm-hmm.
you're removing all agency from Destiny. Like when you say the consequences, like he
Mm-hmm.
he it's just him. When you say the lion's den, he's
Mm-hmm.
the lion. He's the consequence maker. He's choosing to react the way he's reacting,
Okay.
right? Like he's choosing
mm-hmm.
to tell you that you can't come on his stream for 2 weeks if you talk to me, or he's choosing to say that I'm a rapist and a liar and a gaslighter and a manipulator and that my girlfriend is a zombie. Like he's deciding to do all that.
Mm-hmm.
So um, if if part of what I think is abusive about him
Mm-hmm.
is the way he exerts control over the people around him, it doesn't really make sense for me to accept the um,
Yeah, the
the
parameters that are
exertion.
set. The parameters that are set out for in the first place. If you think it's toxic or negative or whatever. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same fight you got in about the police brutality,
Mm-hmm.
where if you say, "Well, what did you think was going to happen?" in a way, you're perceived as endorsing the actions. And so, if the thing I'm doing is protesting um, the the what I perceive as an abuse of power,
Mm-hmm.
I can't just accept it as like the consequences.
Okay. Then I guess this is perhaps like it might not be the most interesting to the audience because they're looking for you and me to fucking scream at each other, and I'm supposed to be the fucking white knight for Destiny, and you're supposed to be the black knight who's fucking attacking his honor and blah blah blah. That's what they're looking for. But if
Yeah,
I
except I'm
was
trying to white knight you.
okay, well I appreciate that.
Oh, I don't
So
think you do, but
well, not to the degree that you probably want me to, because you're right. Like on some degree, I'm like, I don't need your help because I've accepted the dynamics that currently exist, and I just believe they are what they are.
yeah.
So yeah, so my kind of question, which is perhaps the least interesting to the audience, but the most interesting to me, is with your NFL analogy. There were reforms that were positive for the NFL long term, while there's still like a shitload of problems. But we can probably agree that CTE or concussions or whatever are significantly reduced with the use of like protective padding and helmets and all that kind of shit. Now they still exist,
Yeah.
but it's not as bad as running around with a fucking leather helmet or no helmet at all. So, what would be your ideal? Because I think what everybody assumed when this first thing or this whole thing first kicked off was that you were looking for sexual abuse victims. That you were basically looking for people that Destiny either raped or used his clout in order to fuck over, or all that kind of shit. I think that's the way the conversation originally started. But if I'm understanding some of the
Well, when you say
conversations,
that,
mm-hmm,
wait, when you say the conversation originally started,
mm-hmm,
Destiny just said that. That's
okay,
what you mean, right? Like
um,
again, I
mhm.
don't want to do the thing where you're just saying things just happened. Like that's something he did.
What was the alleged sexual abuse, or the he basically said that the investigation was around sexual abuse, but you were
Yeah,
investigating the broader dynamic.
he outed my investigation and defined it, but I didn't
So
do that.
Okay, so actually, this would be a super important question. Is
Sure.
your investigation more into the fact that like Twitch politics is kind of fucked up? We're running around
No,
with leather
no,
helmets. We're fucking
no.
getting
I think you're.
concussions.
I mean, I think that's noteworthy and maybe part of it, but I think you're running quite a bit of interference when you frame it that way.
For you or for him?
First, Steve.
Explain. Because for me that would
Well,
be
what
like
is
that would be the most charitable interpretation of your investigation.
what
So
is
I'm a
what
little
is
confused.
what is calling somebody a mentally ill stalker and then secretly sexting with them for a year have to do with Twitch politics?
True.
Like
And
that's not like an incidental thing that you have to do. Like Prime Kai and
oh shit.
Dylan Burns don't have to do that to run their panels, right?
True. And actually, I think this would come down to a perspective that hopefully I could share why maybe there's not as much outrage from DGG as perhaps you were expecting. And if you'll indulge me, just indulge me for a minute. Like even if you're
Well,
more
I was not expecting outrage from DGG.
what who so you had a moral issue with what was going on, and you were hoping to probably get some people who would agree with you that this was an issue. Who were you expecting to take issue with Destiny's behavior?
I think the people who are most likely to take issue with Destiny's behavior are women who are not in his fan base.
Okay. And is that's because Anna, Destiny and Anna had a sexual relationship. He dipped out. She had some, from my perspective, okay, because I'm dealing with the framing, of course, that I see through DGG's eyes, right? That he dipped out. She assumed perhaps more sentimentality than Destiny actually had, and then as a result, that probably due to some fault from him indulging in that and her having, I think, self-admittedly, some level of obsessive compulsive disorder. Basically, like just endless loops on this, what from Destiny's perspective is a hookup, and from her perspective is an abuse of power, kind of similar to what you're saying.
I don't agree with your framing of their relationship.
Can you frame it back to me in the way that you perceive it?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Can you at least
I'll
tell
do.
me
I'll do
why?
that. No, I'm just telling you that I don't accept the party line.
Okay. Then I guess do you have evidence for the party line? And by that I just mean like so if Anna's perspective is that Destiny was promising way more intimacy than he allowed publicly, and that in Discord calls or in-person stuff that doesn't have like a solid record, right? That he was promising way more intimacy than end up being available. Is that part of the dynamic that you're talking about?
No comment.
So for me, I'm just curious because I'm relatively close to these folks, and I know you're saying no comment, so you feel free to say no comment again. Is the reason why you're saying no comment is because you believe this was intentional, or you believe this was a mistake? Because I know you haven't confirmed my supposition, but that's the only logical inference I can get to.
I think we're getting pretty lost here in what we're even talking about. Originally, you said that you said that the situation is like football, and if you're gonna, there's an inherent risk. And I was saying, well, the abuses of power that I've pointed to, publicly,
are not necessary to the game of football.
Are not necessary to the game of football. No.
Okay.
The things I've been concerned about, like sexualizing relationships with orbiters, and his treatment of Anna, and the cover up, and the kind of coordinated narrative creation and suppression of Anna's pushback against that narrative is all really disturbing to me, and has nothing to do with politics. None of this has anything to do with people sitting around talking about Kyle Rittenhouse or reparations or whatever the fuck else we want to talk about, but none that has nothing to do with politics. So so the only reason I brought it up, the only reason I bring Anna up is to say that whatever your narrative is, and it's probably different from mine, probably different from the one I'm going to present in my article. I think we could both agree
It's
that
interpersonal and it's not required.
that it is an interpersonal relationship. Probably both agree is problematic to some degree, and I think we can also both agree that that relationship is facilitated by and overshadowed by Stephen's professional behavior.
Okay.
It's linked to the stream. It all happened on stream. It's all part of the show. And so that to me makes it clearly fair game, clearly a reason to question his professional ethics, and because of its nature having nothing to do with discussing politics, I don't think it is an inherent risk to streaming.
So okay, so if I could tactfully, tactfully push back, so and not whether or not it has to do with politics, but part of the game of this world is entertainment and relationships. And there's a certain degree of nepotism that goes on in any political relationship. I think anybody, I'm also friendly. I would say perhaps internet friends with Lauren Southern, whose main, most popular recent body of work had nothing to do with fucking politics as far as like getting people elected or talking about policy, but had everything to do with people using politics as a platform to gain popularity, clout, and money, and then to misuse that money and popularity for their own selfish gain. So for me, while I understand like the distinction between like policy and basically whatever the fuck this is, I do think that they're linked because it seems so common in the political space for this kind of shit to happen. Whether you're talking about people fucking people they're not supposed to fuck, or people making money in ways that they're not supposed to make money. And I'm not accusing Destiny of any of this shit. I'm just saying, like, well, Anna was a bad move. I think most people with a fucking brain can admit that. But
I don't know.
Yeah,
Can
go
they?
ahead,
I guess
please.
we'll see. I guess we'll see if they can admit it. Yes, I'm not saying that it's like.
Well, even Dan's, or excuse me, even very close personal friends chastise him about this. That basically it was a stupid compulsion on his part, fucking Coomer-brained fucking motivation to see or interact with this person after almost everyone on the internet had agreed that it was better for both of them if they never interacted again. So even Destiny's closest friends are like, what the fuck are you doing? This is the dumbest shit, and it's literally affecting your like not to be wildly parasocial, but this is affecting Dan because he's giving advice to his friend that his friend is not taking, and I believe affecting Mel because she has to deal with the dramatic repercussions of Destiny's lifestyle.
Yeah, I think those things can be true, but I think that again, I think this is a very Destiny-centric view. The idea that him publicly smearing Anna while secretly sexting her and defining her as mentally ill and unable to handle these interactions or this relationship, that the bad part of that is that it's going to hurt Dan, or that it's going to hurt Mel, or even that's going to hurt Stephen. I think
do you think it's like contemporaneous? So for instance, like, do you think the timeline of events involves the fact that like literally Destiny's shit talking Anna and simultaneously he's in her DMs like, show me titties, like right now? Like is that contemporaneous contemporaneous action?
I'll lay out the timeline in my article. I don't want to make a public statement about that right now.
Okay. But
beyond what I've said, but my point is that I'm here to advocate for the victims, and I don't think Dan is a victim.
I don't think he is.
And Stephen is the one with all the power in the relationship with Anna. And I think it's an abuse of power. It's an abusive
Uh-huh.
relationship. I think it's sexual misconduct. And that's part of what triggered this is that I even, hearing you and other orbiters say, well, this really isn't good for Steven is very disturbing to me.
That what nobody is considering Anna in the situation.
Yeah, the best she gets is, well, it's not good for either of them.
Okay.
I don't think
Um.
I don't think that's I don't think that's sufficient. I don't think that's right. So anyway, I feel like
Mhm.
again we're getting lost in the weeds. I feel we're getting lost in the weeds, and I don't want to do this. I don't really want to
Mhm.
like debate you. Like if
Okay.
you have questions for me, I understand, but the way you're asking the questions, I think I'm having to push back so much on the premises that
Mhm.
we're we are ending up like arguing, and I don't want to do that. So again, my only the whole thing I was just trying to say with this is that the framing of like, well, this is just how Twitch politics are, and then you said, oh, you've now acknowledged that
Yeah, it's
it's not really
interpersonal.
necessary. It's yeah. Then you said, well, the personal stuff is part of the show, interpersonal relationships. Well, again, even interpersonally, even if interpersonal relationships are part of the show, there's still not really a explanation for why he did that. And then once I say that, you say, okay, well, he's Coomer brained. And then it's just kind of like a, well, boys will be boys, eye rolling thing, like we're like in the fucking 80s when it's okay to sexually harass people you have power over because that's just how men are. I I I don't buy that. I don't agree with that. I think that's
Well,
hyper hyper destiny centric view of how to look at this that I'm saying uh yeah, that might be how his fans see it. It might be how his orbiters see it and how their fans see it, but I don't think that's how the general public is going to take this.
okay. If you'll indulge me one more attempt, and literally, if this is your like, hey, this is going to be updated in the article. No, no, please. Even if you don't want to
Sure.
entertain the question, it's totally fine. It's totally fine.
Sure.
I'll let you go.
Okay.
I'm not. I do not like twisting people's arms into conversations they don't want to have. Okay.
Okay.
Basically, what I would say is there's like I am an avatar for an ideology, which is probably like, I don't know what you would call it, like Burkean conservative, like American liberal, whatever the fuck. And from my moral framework, and I think that a majority of the moral frameworks of people I interact with is two consenting adults can make decisions about their what they want to do in the bedroom with other people as long as it's relatively consented to by both parties. And also, particularly when you're an adult and you reach a certain age, you should be mature enough in order to make decisions about what you want to do and what you don't want to do. And on top of that, there should be a certain level of emotional maturity that all parties have at that level. Where, for instance, if somebody's like a super negative piece of shit, like, let me just presume that Destiny is the most Coomer-brained, vile, lying sack of shit who's ever come across the planet, and he was like, hey, I'm gonna leave Mel for you. I love you. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Blah blah blah. Let's fuck, etc. etc. That if they have a at that time consensual relationship, and then later on she finds out that he's a fucking lying piece of shit, then both of these people should be emotionally mature enough to disengage and never interact again. And that just did not happen for 2 years. So the reason why you might be like perceiving me as victim blaming and standing Destiny is because largely his orbiters saw this black hole interaction of these two people being unable to escape each other, despite the fact that normal adults would have completely disengaged. So, just to put it to a point, at what point does like autonomy from your moral perception start getting involved, or does power completely override all of this shit?
Power overrides all of it. You would never say, like a teacher who had an affair with a middle school student, say like, well, yeah, but they're just two people who are bad for each other, who can never escape each other's
But
the
these are both
vortex of
adults.
passion. Yeah, true, but there are power differentials in relationships between adults that make those relationships unethical.
So can
Depending on how they're
Destiny?
carried out. But
Okay.
like, you can't you can consent to sexting with somebody,
Mm-hmm.
um, even if they are, powerful. But if they're smearing you, and they're
Mhm.
lying about you and lying about the relationship and gaslighting you, then no, I think it becomes abusive and you can't consent to that. And clearly she was pretty fucking up. It's not like she was happy about it the whole time and then all of a sudden came out and was like, "Oh, you know what? This wasn't okay." And it's like it's going to be like the red pill people who are like, yeah, like, well, she wanted it, now she's trying to get him, versus like the feminists. She was clearly in severe psychological distress about the situation, for most of the entire time.
Can I ask you a theory that was presented, and you can just reject it or consider it. So
I don't. Okay, this is the last.
you don't
This is the,
you don't have to,
I
buddy.
prefer you ask questions that are just like factual questions, or questions about my thoughts or motivations, or like where I'm going. Because
Most
again,
of
it
most
feels
of
like
my factual
you
questions you've
keep.
said no comment.
Yeah, I probably will, but you keep loading in these premises where I have to really carefully disentangle what you're smuggling in. The idea that they're equals, the idea that she was okay with it, the idea that you can consent to somebody lying to you or lying about you. Like, you can't consent if somebody's a liar. You can't consent. You can't consent to your interactions with that person
Oh,
because
I
you don't
I
even
agree
know.
with
You
you.
don't know what's happening.
Oh, I agree with you there.
Yeah, so
So
I can't really get I don't want to keep getting in the weeds with you about these different questions.
okay, you
So
don't,
like,
and you know what? You don't have to. I can tell that I'm making you uncomfortable. The reason why I have perhaps been presenting these views as charitably and tactfully as I can is because basically these are the ideas pending the release of your document, and
yeah,
I'm not trying to be a cunt here. I'm just saying from the exterior. From the exterior, based off of the communications that people can perceive from the outside and based off of Destiny's thing, what's going to happen is a majority of the indictment of Destiny's negative sexual behavior is going to be hinged on evidence based off of probably his interactions with Lav, with Anna, maybe with some characters like Bad Bunny, who has her own baggage, and also maybe some characters in Destiny's past. That those will be the allegations of sexual impropriety. And then the remainder of the allegations of abuse of power will come down to kind of more like I was talking about with the Dylan Burns and the Prime Kai, where we're just a bunch of fucking monkeys dancing for his entertainment, his clout, and his money. And because of the attractive, the lure, the fucking whatever you want to fucking call it, like moths to flame, we're so attracted to fame and money, we are incapable of truly understanding what we're signing on for until it's too late and we're getting fucking reamed in the ass by 10,000 fucking strangers who are calling us pieces of shit who should kill ourselves. So from an exterior expectation, I'm just telling the reason why I've been poking and prodding these theories is because that's what it feels like so far. And I think that maybe the exterior public will be interested in that because shit, this stuff is interesting. But I do think from the interior community kind of already understands the majority of this shit. Like they're like, I will run into the battlefield with leather fucking pads. I will take a concussion if it means that I have a shot at fame and fortune. Most people understand that as they get into this space.
well, I understand. It's not a question. I don't understand what
No, I'm
you're
just
saying.
out.
You're
I'm
saying,
outlining my perspective. If you don't want to entertain my questions, I understand. So
I'm happy to answer questions that you're asking for the purpose of finding out more about what I'm doing.
okay,
When you ask
then
questions that are really just arguments or challenges,
mhm.
I don't answer any more of those.
That's fine. And if just for the sake of having the conversation, if I
Hmm.
stray back into the kinds of questions that you don't want, just tell me. We'll
I'll,
end the
I'll,
conversation. Okay.
okay. All right.
And then for the first questions, the first kinds of questions, You tell me whether or not this is a first style question or a second style question, and then we'll
Okay.
decide whether or not we want to continue the conversation. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
So basically, for me, from like an investigative standpoint, and I understand like you're not like a law enforcement investigator or anything like that. But basically, the way that you were very concerned with like coloring my interview, based off of based off of like our interaction before I gave my answer. Is that something that you like learned through this process where you're like, hey, when I send out this intro, I shouldn't color it as much? Or are you just like, I have to color it in order to make people comfortable to come forward with information? Because for me, from like a law enforcement investigation standpoint, like your question is pretty leading, like your introductory message.
Um, the question you're asking me is, what is my thought process?
Yeah, if I could
In,
explain a little bit further. So when you say I'm an
no, I
emotional abuse
understand.
victim. Okay, sorry. I'll let you go.
I uh, I think I think there's a few things I'm trying to avoid. One is I don't want to make people feel like they've been suckered into talking to me. A lot of people are afraid to talk to me and afraid to talk to me about this specifically.
Okay.
And um, I don't want people to feel like it sounds like I'm just making writing a fluff piece about Destiny or something, and I just
Hmm.
want to know about what do you think of DGG. I want it to be clear that this is an adversarial situation. The bridge is burned. I Destiny hates me. This is happening. I'm coming
Hmm.
forward as an abuse victim. To me, the best way to be unbiased is to reveal my bias. So
Okay.
that's why I'm really clear about what I think about the situation, but I don't want to present it in a way that's trying to change what you think.
Okay.
So that's why I'll tell you, yeah, I'm coming forward as an abuse victim. But if you tell me, well, then explain it. How is Destiny abusive? Even in private, I wouldn't answer that question. I would. I'm because I don't want what you're talking about. I don't want people to say like, oh yeah, and that is kind of abusive. I never thought about it
Hmm.
like that. I don't want to do that.
Okay. And so would you say so one of the criticisms that I've heard of your opener is that for instance I think somebody said this to you on a panel or a questionnaire or something. They basically said like isn't your question coloring? So you're saying that from your perspective what you're trying to do is show all of your cards first. So
Yeah,
you don't feel or so those people don't feel like they were hoodwinked into talking shit about somebody that they didn't want to talk shit about publicly, and then like basically if they're open to the solicitation after that you
yeah,
can have the conversation where you're like, hey, I want to limit my perspective of the issue because I want to hear your perspective on the issue and I don't want to color it. So you
yeah. And
you you have been
there's a
saying similar things to try to keep the investigation smart.
yes, yeah. But
Okay.
there's also people who are scared that I'm a spy.
Okay. Right.
And they're scared that I'm trying to trick them into saying something bad. Um,
Okay.
like from the perspective of people who are afraid to speak out against Destiny,
Mm-hmm.
who think that they might face some kind of retaliation, or harassment, or just being outed or being embarrassed,
Mm-hmm.
or that I'm going to secretly record them or secretly screen. Like people, literally, I've had conversations where the first hour or hour and a half is me just trying to convince the person that I'm not recording them.
Okay.
And I think so. In order to get them to talk to me in the first place, I think I have to say something um, that clearly plants a flag publicly and
Mm-hmm.
um, clearly, and then like I am criticizing Destiny. Like, make no
Okay.
mistake, this article is going to be critical of Destiny, and it's personal for me. I'm saying that I'm an abuse victim, and yeah, while that sure could have some coloring effect, obviously, if I was like designing a survey, I wouldn't design it that way. I think it's somewhat necessary to get people to say, okay, he's really doing this. He's really going forward. No matter what, even if everybody else drops off and it's just him, he's doing this. I think that helps people feel comfortable talking.
Okay. Yeah, and so I guess my question is, let's say, like you said, that people are too scared, they don't want to come forward, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Would you say that you're just like, fuck it, like this is my premise. I feel like I can prove it based off of my interaction with Destiny, and therefore I can at least have a conversation about this dynamic within the relationship, and I can also, even if other people like back out, right, you can at least talk about the chilling effect of the fear. So for instance, like this is a professional. Well, can I just say finish this point? I'm taking
Yeah.
I'm taking a pseudo professional risk by speaking to you, right?
Yes.
The stated punishment for speaking to Mr. Girl and furthering his agenda against Destiny is minimum of a 2-week no Destiny conversations. But I also have a feeling that if I fucked up this conversation like royally, where I'm like fucking Destiny left, right, and center, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's a fucking manipulative piece of shit, this, that, the other. Or if I give you a platform to, just kind of make him look like a piece of shit without pushing back, then there is a chance that I would suffer a professional consequence as well, which is basically I lose that I lose that access to clout and money, or
Yes.
clout and potential money.
Yes.
So even that dynamic by itself is kind of toxic to you, where you're like, why the fuck can't people have open and earnest conversations about, what the fuck is going on, basically?
Um, yeah, I think, I mean, it's not how I would handle it for sure. I've never blacklisted anybody for talking to anybody. Um, and I know I don't have the same kind of, bit like, incentives to offer people or to take away from people that he does. But I assume that if I had that, I still wouldn't handle it that way. And I don't know. I don't know that you would either. But
Well, fuck. I
given
mean, I
the
might if I thought fucking millions of dollars was on the line and my personal relationships with my friends were on the line. You might get defensive of the people who are closest to you, even if you take aggressive reasons to do so, or an aggressive approach. But you know what? I'm gonna try to stop doing this in this conversation as long as it lasts, even if it lasts like 2 more minutes. I'll stop trying to stan like DGG or Destiny by proxy. I'll just try to just talk to you as me, right, instead of being a
okay.
proxy. So
All right. So
I'll try to drop that
man to
frame.
man,
Yeah, I'll try to drop
Okay.
that frame.
man to Mr. Girl.
Okay,
Uh,
I'm listening.
I I think that given who I am, given the situation, given Steven's attacks on my credibility,
Mm-hmm.
it's unavoidable for me. There is really no ideal way for me to send these messages or start these conversations. But I am being as careful as I possibly can and trying to strike a balance between building trust, showing my true colors, not tricking people,
Mm-hmm.
and giving people the sense that I will do my absolute best to shield them from um, reprisal if they do come forward.
Can I can I share with you a perspective while not endorsing it? So I'm not saying this is my perspective, and I think there's flaws in it because there's a lot of presumption. But basically, can I share with you like an exterior perspective? Is just the way that it's being read, that introductory message, which I understand is framing that you don't agree with. I think it might have been Zonia or something. I think Zonia might have articulated like, it looks like you go on a fishing expedition. Well, guess what? When you go fishing, you're going to catch fish, right? So I think that's the reflexive defensive basically is coming from the fact that there's going to be a fuckload of people who are going to have shit to say about Destiny. Now, whether or not that's like an abuse worth completely altering the moral dynamics of Twitch politics for is a different question. But there are a lot of people who legitimately don't like the motherfucker, like shitloads. So when you kind of solicit a response from 30, 40 people, you're going to find some shit basically. So I guess that's more of a point than a question. That's how it's being played. exterior is like, oh, Mr. Girl, he had this beef with Destiny, primarily based off of the falling out over the subreddit and him being unable to defend himself in the subreddit, which to a lot of exterior people seems like a rather minor thing. And as a result, he's going on this holy fucking crusade. That's the exterior perception and something that I've heard for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess is your framing, just to turn this into a question that hopefully isn't like shitty, is your framing like, no, that was never my intent. My intent was to get as much like valid information as possible.
What, to go on a fishing expedition?
Yeah, kind of just be like, hey, this motherfucker fucked me over. I'm wondering if there's anybody else who fucked him over, and fuck him, and I'm going after him. Like, was that a conscious or subconscious motivation? And obviously, you can't know subconscious. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
like,
how would I
have
know
you
if it's
have you considered it?
It was a subconscious motive. Yeah, of course I've considered it because people really keep bringing it up.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not how I see it. I just see it as I slowly realized the system was more and more abusive as the year went on that I
Mm-hmm.
spent in it, until I eventually was like, this needs to change or I have to leave because I think you treat people badly.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then I just kept learning more and thinking back more until I was like, I think that just leaving is not sufficient. I think that I actually need to say something about this.
Okay. And then so I guess the external curiosity, feel free to say no comment. But the external curiosity is, do you feel like a majority of the weight on this expose or whatever is the fact that Destiny has had sexual misconduct that is inappropriate for somebody of his status and power and blah blah blah? Do you think that's a majority of the weight of the criticism, or do you feel like the majority of the weight of the criticism is basically like, hey, he's basically the king. He's one of the kings of the space. You could say Vosh is as well, but he doesn't deign interact with the plebeians of the fucking space. So Destiny actually has a very unique position to interact with people of lower status. So, which by the way, to the plebs, that's fucking awesome. Like I think I literally called in. And I was like, hey, bro, like as a smaller creator, I appreciate you being willing to like ding to mix up with the plebeians. Because it helps us out, which sucks that we're basically in like I don't know, political commentary feudalism, but that is the dynamic. So basically, are you trying to like? Actually, this question just popped into my head. Are you trying to move to like Twitch politics, YouTube democracy? Are you trying to move to Twitch and YouTube politics, republicanism? Like, what are you trying to shift the space to through this call out of an abuse of power from one of the kings of Twitch politics? What's the next step? Like, are we, is there a political force that we can change into that's separate from techno feudalism?
Have a few hopes for my piece. One will be that it will get people at least to think about the ethics of what they're doing and the power dynamics that are involved in these relationships. So it'd be nice for me if content creators were thoughtful about how the way they wield their power, affects others.
Okay.
Another thing would be nice if when people are entering a sphere like this, if they've read my article and they can think about what they're getting into.
Okay.
And how to best protect themselves, because
who wants to
I
be
don't
a
think it's
lol cow or a sacrificial lamb for content?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then a third thing would be I think it would be good to have some clearly defined ethics created, and that people are held to, at least hold themselves to, but probably are held to the way they are like in Hollywood.
Interesting.
I think Hollywood's a good comparison because you have all these nebulous relationships and power dynamics forming between people, where a business, a multi-million-dollar business decision could be made on a whim at a party,
Mm-hmm.
where someone can say, "Oh, you know what? You would be great. You'd be great to star in my new Avengers movie."
Weird question. I think you start 3 hours. Are you in like the Pacific Northwest, or are you in California?
I'm in the Pacific Northwest.
Okay. But are you? So weird question. I know, but is the basically, I guess the question is, are like, do you have enough like familial connections or cultural connections to like California, where you feel like you're familiar enough to that dynamic, where kind of like what you're saying is like because we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars. I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people are super dismissive, is because we're talking about like most like successful Twitch streamers or YouTube streamers who
Mhm.
they're deemed successful if they make like 40 grand a year
Wait, when you
off
ask
of being
about
an orbiter.
familial connect, you're asking if my family is wealthy?
No, more like if you're like geographically so proximate to California that you're like aware or like familiar with the social and power dynamics of like Los Angeles and California, where it's kind of fucking
Yeah, I
nepotism.
lived
It's
in
who you know,
I,
and you
I,
don't shit on too many people
yeah,
because
yeah. I
you
lived
got to
in
keep a
LA
good
for eight
face
years.
in order to make money. You know.
I lived in LA. I lived in LA and for 8 years and met plenty of powerful, famous, rich people while there.
Okay. And then is that kind of informing your perspective, where you're like, hey, this might be like a lower stakes version, but this is still the same shit.
Yeah. Yeah, the idea that there's and also just Weinstein, the idea that there's Weinstein doesn't get to abuse or rape anybody without being Harvey Weinstein. If like some big random like gross creepy dude shows up in your hotel room and tries to like go down on you, you're not you're not going to let him do that, or semi let him do that um, without him having the career hooks in you. And so I think that reckoning that happened there,
Mm-hmm.
where now people um, think about it.
Well, okay, so
Um,
if I may, if you'll indulge me,
yeah,
even if you tell me to read the article later or whatever, the basically the reason why a lot of people are like super fucking hostile to what you just said is because Destiny is an open coomer. Most people know him to be a coomer, to have multiple sexual relationships. He literally, he says all the time, the reason why I'm in an open relationship is because I don't think it could be any other way. This is the way I interact with the world. This is what I want. I have to have a partner who is okay with it, blah, blah, blah. So for an exterior person, such as myself, an orbiter or whatever, that feels pretty fucking clear. Like it feels like, we can hook
yeah, but
up, but you'll never be the priority.
Coomer is affectionate. Coomer
Okay.
does not describe an abuse of power. Also, Harvey Weinstein was an open Coomer too.
So, oh, okay. So people,
Everybody knew about Harvey Weinstein,
right? And what? And
right?
they thought it was like playful on some level.
Yeah, or they just were used to it. I mean, like
Okay.
I met Harvey Weinstein and Bob Weinstein,
Uh huh.
and I was told that they're horrible, abusive people, and to be really careful talking to them.
Okay.
Somebody tried to get me to apply for a job working for Scott Rudin, and they were like, "Oh, he throws shit at his assistants." So yeah, he produced like the Social Network and stuff. As he's like, it would be really great for you to be his assistant, but he's gonna like throw staplers at you. So you should just know that going in.
um. Okay.
And like you hear stories like that, and it's like it takes somebody in the system who knows the system well, putting it all together and laying it all out, and then showing it to people outside the system, and they're like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, what the fuck is going on over there? And you see people like Matt Damon and Quentin Tarantino, like kind of ashamed of themselves, trying to explain like I didn't know exactly, but I kind of knew, but I didn't do enough.
Okay.
Um, and and that's how I feel about Anna. Where
Okay.
people keep being like, "What changed your like? Did you know this was happening?" And I'm like, I don't
Kind of.
know. I don't really know what I don't know. I was
You don't know what you knew
confused.
when you knew it. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. And so I'm like, even just for myself, I'm like, I want to find out what the fuck happened to me. I want to
Sure.
find out. I want to lay it all out, in a way, in a clear, concise way, and see what actually happened, um,
Okay.
and show people what actually happened.
Then,
And
okay.
and I think
Yes.
that like showing it to the outside world, where it's not, where you don't just roll your eyes and say, "Oh, boys will be boys. He's a coomer again." That just feels like totally excusing his behavior when you call him a coomer. It's affectionate. It's a term
Well,
of
but
endearment.
I
It's making
don't.
fun of him, but it's
Uh-huh.
affectionate, and like it's it completely obfuscates, the effect that he's having on other people.
Well, okay. So for me, I lean a little bit more center right, I would say. And so for me, it's actually not like I understand that you have that connotation. Maybe you're more left than me. But for me, it doesn't have that connotation at all. As a matter of fact, it actually has just to share it, even if you disagree with it. For me, it's like you can't control your own fucking impulses because you prioritize your sex drive over other things that are more important than in life. And of course, like
Yeah,
we're
but
all
that doesn't
individuals.
encapsulate the power dynamic.
Sure. Yeah.
It's not a characterization of somebody as being abusive. It's a characterization of somebody being impulsive.
Okay. So if I'm understanding your objection to the term, it's basically the fact that yeah, you're denigrating them a little bit by calling them impulsively sexual, but it
Yeah.
doesn't include the fact that you are aware of the fact that you're having your clout, your status, your fame, your money, whatever. All of that stuff is attractive to exterior people, and you know that, and you use that to your benefit.
Yeah, and that you're recruiting, other people you have power over to help you gaslight this person and essentially hold her down
Mm-hmm.
while you sext with her and psychologically fuck with her.
Well, okay.
And
This is
I'm one of the people.
mhm.
I feel like I'm complicit in this. I did a couples therapy stream with them. I helped I helped Anna and Steven talk about their feelings with each other under completely false pretenses. I was roped into
were
being
were were,
complicit in
were
this, and I'm
they were
fucking
they
disgusted by it.
were okay? Were they sexting at that time?
Yes,
Okay. Oh,
and
at
I was not
okay.
made aware of this.
Okay. So they're off and on, hot and cold, fucking. And by the way, I'm not trying to be dismissive. I'm just trying to say the. Okay. Okay. I'm tracking. I remember that conversation actually.
Yeah, and so if I knew that he was sexting her the whole time, I would never have agreed to do that conversation. That conversation would have been me saying, "What the fuck are you doing to this person?"
Okay.
Instead, I got roped into being like, "Oh, well, I think she feels this and you feel this and blah 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 blah," because I bought the narrative and I shouldn't have. I'm obviously I'm angry about it, and you know, I'm angry at Steven about it, but I also I'm angry at myself. I just feel disgusted with myself that I bought that I was able to be sold this, and the only reason I was able to be sold it is because of what was being offered to me at the time.
Okay. Can I offer you a counter narrative and you can tell me what you think about it? And by the way, like I'm not being defensive. I'm just offering the fucking counter narrative for your rebuttal.
That is like that is
No.
being defensive, but sure.
Okay, call it apologia, whatever you want to call it. About like a
Yes, I think it is apology.
rhetorical apologia. Okay.
Okay,
So basically, the apologia, and I would be very curious to hear your rebuttal. Maybe I'll get a no comment out of this.
I think you're
Is
probably going to get a no comment, but
That's fine. So I'll read the fucking article or whatever.
great.
So one of the apologia comments is the ratio of people that Mr. Destiny hooks up with is disproportionately Tinder hookups. casual flings, people who, kind of know what they're getting into, other streamers of similar clout and significance, people who, know the lifestyle that he's engaged in and agreed to it beforehand, and that because he's seen so many people get absolutely thrashed by sexual impropriety allegations, he is constantly checking in from a consent basis perspective that this is appropriate, it's okay, they consent to it, they know what they're getting into, blah, blah, fucking blah, right? And so do you feel like, because the foundations from an exterior perspective are Lav and Anna, do you feel like there's enough corroborative evidence outside of these two people that either that is not the case, or it's kind of like a wheat and chaff scenario where, yeah, like there's a shitload of other relationships that are appropriate or potentially appropriate based off of your ethical standards, but then there's other relationships that are inappropriate that are smuggled in? You can say no comment, and I'll go take a fucking... I can be back in a second, but I need to take a piss.
Okay.
If you want to say no comment, say no. Okay. All right, fair. All
no
right.
comment.
All right. Got it. Will you be here when I return?
Sure.
Okay. Then I am going to pee, and I will try to continue to ask questions that are appropriate based off of your investigative
or should
analysis.
I talk to chat?
You can talk to chat if you fucking want. They can fucking wait if they want. Fucking.
All right, I'll talk to chat.
But okay. So I wanna chastise chat real quick. 5 beers deep. There are 215 fucking people here right now, and it's my normally I'm at like 50, right? I am trying to be a positive person, a positive force in the world, somebody who takes 10% of this fucking clout goblin fight blood energy and channel it into something positive. And you cunts are here for the potentially negative interaction between myself and Mr. Girl, or the revelations that he's being cagey about to come out in this stream because you're interested in it, right? Which is fine. Everybody's interested by drama, interpersonal shit, whatever. My frustration with that is, because I'm a morally grandstanding piece of shit myself, is there is a gentleman in Ukraine right now. He's a friend of mine, Twitter mutual. We've known each other for 2 or 3 years, and he's trying to go to college during a war. His brother is currently enlisted in the army, might die soon, and is an artilleryman, so the Russians are, targeting him specifically. And I wanted to raise $600 for a fucking generator so this guy can have stable power for him to go to college. Okay? So I know that if I did a fundraising stream, in order to help out my friend my Twitter mutual friend who has heart failure, and if I did a fundraising stream for my friend who's in Ukraine who needs a generator in order to go to college, I would have like 50 to 100 of you cunts. And I might be able to raise the money because I have good, well-intended friends who have a decent chunk of cash and they're willing to throw it to me so I can throw it to good causes, which is awesome. But I just want to point out that my original message back to Mr. Girl, where this is blood and it just is what it is, and this is the fucking Coliseum, and basically people need to know what they need to get into, is because now I have this like fucking massive goddamn drama stream, and that's not even the fucking intent. I would rather do the more positive shit. But I will go piss. I'll be back. And frankly, there's 222 of you fucking cunts between YouTube and Twitch chat. If I don't have 222 cunts on the fucking fundraising stream next week, then I will personally find your fucking IP and kick you in the dicks. So with that being said, Mr. Girl, please entertain them for a fucking minute. I'm going to go take a piss. Yep. I'll be right back.
I got it. Let the quest statements flow. That's right. Bring it on, everybody. Hello, AD. Sir, this is a Wendy's. I do feel you were able to flesh out your stance better here. Yeah, it's been nice. It's nice knowing that Connor is 100% on my side and completely backing everything I say. It's very nice of him to make that clear to you guys. No, I agree that it's been it's been a good conversation. Mr. Girl, want to play a game? I do want to play a game. I want to play a game. When your article comes out, will you stream and cover it yourself, or will you leave it to Destiny to set the narrative on it? I think I will stream. I will stream. I don't know if I'll read it aloud. Um, fuck, maybe I will. But no, I'll answer questions about it. What happened with Dr. K? I don't know. I haven't heard. Haven't heard from the Board of Registration of Medicine. Won't Twitch ban Counterpoint? Is he streaming on Twitch? I don't know. I think if we keep my face off of it, I think they're better about that. I miss your old content, Mr. Used to be cool, man. Before you turned into a bitch. There will always be new evolving content for you to miss. Max, do you feel that you think that I think you're an actual terrible person? I don't know. I think that if we had a real conversation one-on-one, you might not think I'm a terrible person, but if that's how you feel, then that makes me feel sad. Would you still be doing all this if Stephen had agreed to your demands on the moderation of his Reddit? I think that it might have been delayed, but I think that there are probably other issues we would have had that of my problems with how he treats people that would have come to a head. But also, even if it's true that I wouldn't be doing it, that just means that I'm a shitty person who ignores people being abused in front of me if I get what I want, which is bad. I know you keep reading it the other way to say like you're only doing this because of that, but the way I see it is the only reason I didn't do this earlier is because I was deeply compromised by the benefits I got by being in Stephen's sphere.
Well, and so for this, like I'm still relatively agnostic. Call it fucking Cope or call it fucking 5 years of fucking Miller Lite. But the reason why I'm agnostic, maybe it's because I've seen things through a frame, right? Steven's charming. He's charismatic. He's intelligent. He knows how to debate. He's a ripe fucking cunt. But when he's cunts to people you don't like, that's fun. And then I think with the Anna thing in particular, a lot of us saw perhaps some negative attributes to Anna, which I know you think is unfair to point those out, considering the power dynamics and all that kind of shit. But I think that's why a lot of people that
Yeah,
you're probably
like
beefing with are...
It's a middle school teacher and a student. Be like, no, you guys don't understand. This chick is fucking crazy. And I'm just like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so just my mild pushback, and then maybe we can get back into like good faith questions that you might like more. I think so. Actually, I'll just ask the question that I already know the fucking answer to. Your answer to this, if I say they're both adults are making decisions, they know what they're fucking getting into. Your answer will be the power dynamic overrules whatever conscious decisions people think they're making, because they're like moths to fucking flame, because they see power, wealth, clout, and a intelligent, charismatic man, and they can't.
I don't think it's inherent. I see the chat is getting upset. I'm not saying that it's inherently, yes, a middle school teacher and a student is inherently unethical, and there's no way that it can be done that it is ethical.
Okay.
100%.
I'm
not saying that's true of a streamer. Yeah, streamer and an orbiter, there's probably a way to do it that is ethical.
Mm-hmm.
What happened with Anna is not that.
Okay.
So I'm saying that his relationship with Anna has been inherently unethical because not inherently. It's been unethical because of the way he has conducted himself, not just because of the power dynamic, but because I believe he abuses his power, not just because he has it, but because he abuses it.
Okay, so let's actually let me ask you a question that I think would be kind of pertinent to the way people are going to perceive the outcome of this, basically. So a lot of people are used to people having a lot of clout, having a lot of influence, and then there's a big drama, a big kerfuffle. People fly too close to the sun, they get burned, and they're no longer relevant. That's like so common in our fucking space. And so in this circumstance, do you feel like whatever sins you hold against Destiny, do you feel like these sins are forgivable, where he could modify his behavior and going forward, he could have relationships with orbiters, he could be a fucking happy-go-lucky coomer, he could engage in the, whatever, kind of dismissive...
I can't answer this without answering what I...
What's coming out.
What I know. Yeah.
Okay. But so I'll ask it broader, and then you can kind of tell me from your perspective. Do you think there's like a path to redemption, or are these sins unforgivable?
I can't answer that. That's just the same question, but
it's very broad with open spaces for plausible deniability.
It's very tempting to answer, but it's not.
Okay.
It's not ethical for me to answer because the way I'm doing the interviews is I'm saying everything's off the record.
Right. Okay.
For now, everything's off the record till we get everything we have all lined up, and then we go down and we decide who wants to be on board and who doesn't want to be on board. And the things that are not on the record are, locked away forever. So I can't answer anything that reveals anything about what I do or do not know.
Okay, so just to be charitable with what you said as much as possible, I'm trying to think about this. So there are more than just me, you, Lav, and Anna. Different people have agreed to different levels of fucking secrecy. As much as people have objected to the introduction of weighting the question, you're trying to show your cards up front, and then on the follow-up, you're basically trying to be as ethical as possible, where you're saying, hey, like, if you don't want to reveal this, or if you don't want to be a part of this, or if you can't take the shit or whatever, then that's fine. We're just going to have a conversation so I can understand the breadth of what's going on.
Yeah, I don't want to force people to, like, if they like this is going south and everybody wants to jump ship, I'm not going to force people to I mean, okay, if you go on the record with me, you're on the record, and you can't remove it. But I am telling
people.
I mean, yeah, like you don't get to write the article. Once it's on the record, it's on the record. But I'm telling everybody, if you're off the record, and I recommend people go off the record if they have something that they're worried about, coming out, or their name being attached to, or if they're just like a source who's going to tell me about other stuff that doesn't involve them, just stay off the record. Wait till you see what is shaping up. If you think there's enough people coming forward that you feel comfortable standing among them, or you think I'm handling this well enough, or if has like Destiny successfully scared you out of wanting to be part of it, because the way he's attacking me. Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever it is, so I can't answer anything about what is going to be in the article, other than, like, if you're saying it's like I can't answer it.
Okay. So let me make a prediction. I feel like I'm a relatively astute person, even when I have some beers in me. So basically, I'm not saying this is what's happening. I'm just saying this is the way your most visceral opponents will take this.
Sure.
Is that you were running on fucking fumes. Most people had deemed you persona non grata. As a result, that was difficult. It's difficult to locate conversations, et cetera, et cetera. As a result of this conversation, there might be people who are encouraged because there's a shitload of, negative criticisms of your opener, which I think from like a law enforcement investigative standpoint are borderline warranted, just to share my perspective. But there's at least from what you're saying right now, there's like an understandable motivation. And as a result of that understandable motivation, there might be people who are heartened to come forward, and if we didn't have this conversation, not saying this is true, but if we didn't have this conversation, there would be less people who would be willing to do it because they would basically see that it was heading south. So I'm not saying that's positive or negative. I don't really give a fuck. I'm kind of I'm with you and Steven. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, buddy.
I need to project that this is serious, that this article is going to be serious. It's going to be well written. It's going to not be me rambling or putting shit that's not relevant together. It's going to be concise, clear. It's going to lay out my it's going to just lay out, it's hopefully will be a factual accounting that tells the truth as best as I possibly can. And it will also lay out some of my own personal perspectives, kind of separately from that. That's the goal. I want to project that if you come forward and you talk to me, that you will be kept safe. You are not going to be exploited. This is serious, and you can back out at any time. I have not leaked any DMs. I have not leaked any sources, and I'm not going to. At the same time, I don't want to say like I don't want to be seen as like overplaying my hand and say like, oh, I have such serious stuff that like this is like blah blah. So it's like it's kind of a weird target I'm trying to hit of projecting like,
No, I'm with you. Fuck external perception. This is
and I think the best way to do that is to just say as little as I can.
Yeah. No, and I'm okay with that. Just to share where people are like, Connor, you're normally such a rational fella. Why are you fucking doing this shit? The reason why is because I think that Destiny and Mr. Girl do share a moral premise that I also share, which is the truth is the fucking truth. What is. Like, so basically, obviously, there's like framing and rhetoric and clout and money and all of that kind of stuff, and all of that can confuse, truth and blah blah blah. But the truth is, I think the only way you can figure out what's true is by having fucked up, weird, aggressive, shitty conversations, which I think you'll notice in my fucking DM. That's part of the reason why I was kind of rejecting you a little bit, because I was like, this is just part of the space, bro. This is just how it works. People are fucking cruel and evil and fucked up and weird. But the outcome of having aggressive, weird, fucked up conversations, I think is generally positive for society. So I'm still agnostic because I think you've held back a good chunk of what you know or believe. But basically, I would much rather have this conversation than be a fucking pussy and have like, dude, I make like I'm just gonna be real. I make between like $500 and $1,500 off of fucking YouTube. I'm sorry, I have a job, that pays me fucking, 5 times that, 10 times that, right? So this shit, obviously I want it to be full-time. I want the clout. I want the, all that shit that all orbiters are attracted to. But I'm also not going to sacrifice my fucking morality for it either. So whatever is, say la vie. Fucking, and if people fucking dislike me for it, it is what it is. So fuck them in their stupid fucking asses. The only thing, okay, let me say this. The only thing, I'm still agnostic, and I don't know if Destiny feels like he's right, and you feel like you're right, and you're both just autistic pieces of shit, which is entirely possible. But that doesn't mean that this conversation doesn't need to be had, right? So even if you're wrong, even if you don't have that much of a fucking, like you said, I don't want to oversell what I have. I just want to tell what I do have. I think that's admirable in a way, and I think this dust will settle. So it will. We will move on. We will survive, I think. So fuck yeah. But I guess
you'll survive.
Hopefully. I hope I
don't
made
know
too
that
much of a fucking...
I don't know that all the. I think that some of the rest of us won't.
I agree with you. And if I can say something shitty but admirable, is one of the things that I think Destiny has said consistently that I think is worth some level of respect, is he does not believe you are spite driven. He believes that you are driven by your internal sense of morality. So you're not like, oh hey, fuck Destiny. He fucking banned me from the subreddit. Fuck him. I'm gonna find whatever shit I can. You do believe that you're on a relative moral crusade in order to improve the world, which makes you dangerous, but also makes you interesting. So.
Well, thanks, Connor.
Well, listen, I'm still I'm gonna wait for the fucking I hate to pay you like a fucking compliment sandwich, but then also hedge my bets. My bets are, regardless of whatever fucking fallout hits me. I mean, you got people's attention. They're waiting to see what the fuck it is, and then also, well, this would be my thing. I try to macro every perspective, and I'm sorry for rambling. I'll shut up in a second. If you were participating in the NFL, like in like 1910 or some shit, and you're like, bro, I'm making the equivalent of the 1910 version of like 300 grand a year. I'm getting pussy. I'm getting famous. People fucking love me. I'm a goddamn hero. And the price of being a fucking hero is some people have to fucking get concussions. Some people have to like lose vertebrae. Some people have to die, and some people have to get pulverized. I think that's like an okay thing or an understandable thing to say as an individual. But if what ends up happening is through other people getting fucking pulverized, paralyzed, fucked up by the entire situation, is you start wearing fucking pads and helmets, and the NFL is forced to take care of your medical care after you give them a decade of hard service. That's an okay thing to develop from people complaining. So I'm good with that. So
okay, but I just want to again say that I don't think that the psychological injuries sustained by Anna or Lav or me, and probably not by anybody else I'm going to write about,
are equivalent to
inherent.
loose vertebrae?
Yeah. Oh, they're not equivalent because they're not inherent to what we're doing.
Okay. Interesting.
The way that I believe Stephen is abusive is not necessary for some of it is connected to making money and content, but some of it's not. And
yeah, and if I could just share like a moral perspective, or not a moral perspective, just like a diagnosis where I think I kind of casually said like it is what it is to you in a DM.
Right, and I'm just saying I think that
some of it is not what it is.
Right, it doesn't need to. Yeah, some of it is not what it is. It doesn't need to be this way.
There's no be what it is.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
So I agree with your criticisms of streaming and political discussion on streams. That absolutely, yes, some of it is inherently abusive and some of it's inherently destructive, and it would be great to mitigate that. Some of it could be mitigated
by putting on fucking pads.
Yes,
and actually taking care of shit.
And I may talk about that in the article, but for the most part, the article is going to be about things that Destiny has done that he did not need to do, and that is not what it is, that were not necessary, that I think were abusive.
Okay. And then my only, it's not even a pushback, it's more like a comment. I can respect the football player who basically he says this shit comes with pussy, it comes with money, it comes with clout, it comes with fame, it comes with this, and it comes with that, and as a result I want it to stay the same. I'm not gonna dog the fucking person who's already a part of the system, who's benefiting from it, and as a result, they want to perpetuate it. What I would say is, basically, like, dude, I don't know what the fuck you have. Honestly, you've kind of been vague intentionally so, but I would say if positive reforms come through this, where we kind of realize like, we need to be clear. Like, and by the way, I'm not saying Destiny didn't already do this because I'm agnostic to this shit, blah, 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 caveat. But what I am saying is, like, if orbiters understand that sex, money, clout, fame, Twitch parties, drinking alcohol, doing cocaine with your favorite fucking E-celebrities, hanging out, all that kind of shit, secrets, lies, backstabbing, all that bullshit. If there was a way to do it more ethically as we're creating this new space, because this is a new fucking space, that's fine. It's a part of the evolution of the space. And what we should do is try to minimize the amount of people that we have to crucify. And by that, I do mean if Anna is like a legitimate victim of psychological manipulation, blah, 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 then she doesn't have to be crucified in order for this space to improve. And if Destiny thought that he was genuinely doing the best he could with his sexual relationships and he just made some fucking stupid choices, which I know you don't agree with, but if he made some fucking stupid choices, but he can improve his choices in the future, then all right, fuck it. You know, it's kind of the evolution of the space, and this is the Wild West, and we're settling it. So
Well, if
you
those
expect some motherfuckers to get scalped.
Yeah, you just keep coming back to it is what it is, and I just don't agree with that. I think it's too
Archaic, barbarian, cruel, Darwinian.
Yeah, it's not though. It's like
dismissive.
It's Dahmerian. It's sick. It's torture. It's people feeding their fucking sick appetites by being abusive and twisted for no fucking reason. I just don't see the glory in what you're talking about. And also with Anna, it's not sufficient for him to just do better from now on.
There has to be,
she's been,
from your perspective, there has to be some level of atonement.
There has to be a public reckoning. Not just atonement. Like I don't. It's not like I want Stephen to like pay for his sins. It's that her name has been smeared, and it needs to be unsmeared. Her reputation has suffered horribly, and there needs to be a public reckoning and public accounting of how that happened and why it happened. The truth needs to be told.
That you fucking free, bro.
What'd you say?
I was memeing a little bit, but the truth will set you fucking free. And like, all right, this is a half meme, but one of my favorite quotes, which I hope to the roughly fucking 200 people or whatever who are here, almost 300. One of my favorite quotes from Mark Twain is, "I never lie. That way I don't have to remember anything." And so what I would encourage young people who are listening to this is basically the fact that, like, don't fucking lie, bro, because basically that shit always comes to bite you in the fucking ass. So.
But what I'm trying to say is that if you lie about somebody else, it bites you in the ass, but it harms them.
Of course. Yeah.
And that's wrong.
Sure. And if I seem Dahmer-esque, Darwinian, whatever, it is what it is, too much. I don't know if you're like fully aware of my background, but I come from, I've kind of brought this up with like friends when we're talking about the situation. I'm a former Marine and a former law enforcement officer. So my moral continuum includes people taking mentally handicapped people and or young people and or people who are fanatically obsessed with a cult, strapping bombs to them, walking them into a crowd and killing dozens of people. And then my other moral perspective includes people like putting out cigarettes on their children. So basically, if I seem dismissive, I'm not saying this is correct. I'm not saying you're incorrect in criticizing negative moral behavior and we can be better and we can create a better society. I'm just saying that if I seem particularly cruel or dismissive, it's partially from my personal experience and my own callousness to human suffering depending on degree. So if I seemed cruel, I'm not quite sorry, but I'm a little sorry.
It's yourself that I think you're being cruel to. I think that I'm going to get this from a lot of the orbiters where I'm going to say, I want to talk to you. I want to advocate for you, and I want to give you a space in my article. If there's anything you want to add, anything you want to tell me, anything you want to confide in me, they're reacting like, oh, you want my help? You want me to help you? You want me to try to help you take down Destiny? You want me to try to help you get you out of the jam that you got yourself in? That's not like, I am doing this to advocate for all of us. and I
Okay.
know that's not how it's going to be perceived. But I think I'm going to get a lot of "fuck you, I'm fine, I'm okay with being treated this way. I knew what I signed up for." I think I'm going to hear a lot of that as I
Sift through the
talk to the
replies.
orbiters. Yeah, the replies, or I'll see it when they screenshot my DM and tweet out that I should go fuck myself.
Yeah. Okay. So just a steel man without being a cunt. I do think that while you've taken on this like moral crusade and perhaps something good can be derived from it, I think part of the reason why you experienced some hostility, even probably from me, is because at least as somebody who has not suffered much under the system, I'm relatively okay with it. And I wanted to bring this up to you. Perhaps like if you can compartmentalize this into the things that you're considering. We are not individuals. Like I understand we are. Like we're human beings with feelings and thoughts and blah blah blah. But what we are in the Twitch and YouTube politics space is we are avatars for ideology. And of course, like the sex shit, set it aside. I heard you. I heard you, and I understand you. But when it comes when it comes to the political shit, I think we all understand that there is a price to be paid for advocating for our beliefs in public. And as a result, there will be people who dislike us, and there will be people who try to attack us and shit on us and who do not like what we stand for. That's just kind of the nature of the business that we're in. So when you kind of took on this crusade, perhaps without our consent or knowledge or whatever, you might have thought that you were doing the right thing based off of your perception of reality, but I had no fucking idea. I had no idea what the fuck you were up to. And to be honest, from the exterior perception, it looked like you and Destiny got into a fucking pissing match based off of the subreddit. And as a result of you guys getting into a pissing match, you decided to fucking go on a fucking holy war against Destiny. I hate to fucking say that to you, but that's what it fucking looks like. So
well, that's what he said. So of course that's what I mean. That's how.
But the chronology, the frame, like I think multiple things can be true at once. You can have a moral crusade that you absolutely fucking believe in, and you also could have been pissed at Destiny a little bit for not being better to it. Which, by the way, like this kind of fits into the frame. You could be pissed at him for saying you're an incredibly intelligent, emotionally intelligent, despite being mildly sociopathic, emotionally intelligent human being. If you wanted to create a better world, you have the power to do so. You have the time. It's kind of like holding a king.
Wait, are you saying I'm mildly sociopathic?
I said he was mildly sociopathic, but I also do think that you're mildly sociopathic, just to be honest.
Why do you think I'm sociopathic?
So call it destiny framing, call it whatever the fuck you want. But basically, what I perceive, and bear in mind, this is not from this conversation. This is from private or previous conversations. Is that you can have a conversation with somebody where they are expressing a large amount of uncomfortability with your perspective. As a matter of fact, like I don't want to sidetrack into a debate, but I think Star like is an example. She brought up a boundary that I agree with. I don't think like, and I'm not trying to strawman you, but I think that you should have tests for your partners. You should say, if I am going to put my penis in your vagina, or if you're going to stick a dick in my vagina.
I also think that. That's why I said it was a good, healthy sexual boundary.
Interesting.
Listen, I don't
was
think
that lost in the conversation?
I don't know. I said it like 20 times. I said the point. I said the point I'm making is that one person's healthy, necessary sexual boundary is going to be experienced by somebody else as an annoying test.
Okay.
So, like, if I know I'm not going to rape you, for me, it's just annoying for you to, like, test to see if I'm going to rape you, right? It's an unpleasant experience for me to be tested where I feel like I'm being, like, racially profiled, basically.
Okay.
I feel like you're saying lots of men are rapists, and so I think you might be one. But if I know if I know that I'm not a threat to you, it's annoying for me. But from your perspective, that could be a healthy sexual boundary that you're setting. But for me, it would feel like a power play, and both things can be true. So I was saying that I think that there's a way to talk about both perspectives at the same time without one invalidating the other. But then if she, and I think many people in the audience kept saying like, no, you're trying to tear down her boundaries or say that her boundaries are wrong. And I
And you're
mean,
like, no, my perspective is stating that, like, basically this is going to be annoying to me. By the way, all right, so if I could be
anyway, I'm not trying to. I was just curious why you think I'm a sociopath. You're saying I'm a sociopath because of this situation and because of my argument with Stardust.
maybe I need to watch the fucking VOD because I'll tell you, like, and by the way, like my love for Star will not change. Okay, so
I would not want it to, Connor.
so basically, I've been playing a video game while we've been talking called Dark Tide, and she created a character called Danny DeVito, and it was a 12-foot tall, intellectually disabled person who smashed people with a club, and I loved it. So my love for Star will never burn out, regardless of whatever trials await us. So the reason why I have this exterior perception is because I heard that. I fucking heard. Max is sociopathically determined to not understand that basically Star has a healthy boundary based off of previous experience related to sex that basically most conservative people had or have. And he basically was saying that it was fucked up and it was a test and it pissed him off and blah, blah, blah. So maybe I'll watch the
Okay. I think what I eventually came to was in summary, there's three perspectives.
Sure.
There's you, there's me, and there's the objective average outside observer. And what I was saying is if you say I won't have sex with you for the first 50 dates,
that's a lot. Yeah. Sure.
For you, depending on your trauma or how you feel or what you need to be safe, that might be reasonable for you. That might actually be what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
But to an outsider, they're going to be like, "Oh, that person's a control freak. That's weird. That's too much. There's something wrong." Most people are going to react that way.
True.
Depending on the culture. If we're talking about like
conservative cultures, that's going to be perfectly normal. Yeah.
Right.
Progressive cultures are going to be like, "You're a fucking freak. Why can't you open up?"
Exactly. And then for the person who's being asked to wait 50 dates, it's going to be like horrible if you have like a kind of average expectation.
You're in love. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, since I've gotten into my 30s, I've noticed that women tend to be ready to have sex on the second date.
True.
That's been my experience.
I'm going to quote irrelevant. I never do this.
Yeah, exactly. Right. They might say that, but like that that's not the stated boundary, but my experience is, 2 dates, like basically you're going to have sex. Like I feel like once you're in your 30s, you kind of know like what you're looking for, what you're not looking for.
You're probably not going to serial kill me as a result. Let's do it.
Also, you've already had sex with way more people than you had when you were like 20. And so each person you have sex with feels like less of a big commitment, like that you're letting them in or you're, whatever. So I was saying that to me, if I'm in my 30s and a woman wants to wait like 5 or 6 dates, eventually I'm going to be like, okay, I think you're controlling.
Sure.
That's my perspective. That doesn't mean that's objectively true. Her perspective is going to be that she needs to do that for herself to protect herself, and those two don't invalidate each other. There doesn't need to be a reconciliation, because a sexual boundary is literally when you're saying we don't see things the same way, we don't want the same thing, we're different people. And then I was saying from a third party, I think a third party, a woman in her 30s not wanting to have sex until 7 dates or something, or 5 dates, is a third party is probably going to start to be like that, depending on the culture, and especially if I'm coming from like LA, was the last place I was like,
sluttiest fucking place on the planet, right? So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and so like in LA, if somebody wants to wait 5 or 7 days to have sex, like most people are going to be like, well, that seems like there's something wrong with them, or they don't like you, or whatever.
Sure.
But the whole point of the conversation, that was the point. I wasn't trying to debate about her boundaries. I was trying to say that one
Other people can
person's
perceive it
boundary.
differently. Yeah.
Yes, and they will. Everybody is and that is not a reason to drop your boundaries, even if everybody on Earth tells you. And I said this to her.
Okay. I
If
I
if
heard.
everybody on Earth tells you that your boundary is wrong,
Okay.
that
Star.
doesn't matter. You still shouldn't drop it.
Okay. So let me say, Star. I still love you, but I'm gonna point something out. So there was a part of the conversation where Star was saying, basically, and by the way, still love her. Fucking caveats a billion times over. Basically was saying like, oh well, this is my boundary, and you know, blah blah blah. And you're in like, I think this might have been like the second conversation or like third conversation that you had related to the same subject. And
Yeah.
as a result, you were like, hey, listen, I literally can't talk to you about this because you're incapable of being aggressive about like what you believe in or your boundary or whatever. As a result, it's basically better off if we like don't talk about it, pretty much. And so for me, like I understand like a lot of people heard Max is being aggressive. He doesn't, understand Star. He wants her to fucking drop the boundaries, et cetera, et cetera. But what I heard was basically like, I can, because I've dealt with this, and this is why I married the woman that I married. I can only deal with people who are capable of asserting themselves within a situation, right? I can only deal with people who are capable of articulating what's in their head, why they feel what they feel, why I'm wrong, and why they want things to be different. And if you can't articulate that, we just can't have a conversation.
Yeah.
And so that's what I heard. And like, I'm not trying to be rude to Star. I fucking, again, 10th caveat, I fucking love Star. But I kind of saw through the shit of like you being aggressive, and I was like, I get that. Because if somebody's being a fucking pussy and they can't articulate, what they care about or why they care about it or whatever, what the fuck? Like, bro, like I only got so much time for you to figure your own. Like, I got enough of my own shit to figure out. I can't figure out your shit too. Get the fuck out of here. Like,
Yeah, and I think that especially if it's such a loaded topic, it's scarier and feels harder to feel like you're pushing the other person through the conversation, and then if you're talking about negotiating sexual boundaries themselves, um, I think that men are often expected to kind of be pushy, which I hate.
okay. So
I hate feeling like I'm being pushy. And so I think something that's helped me navigate these situations a lot is understanding
let's
that.
cut through the shit. Yeah. What do you want? This is what I want. Cut through the shit.
Yeah, and understanding that
I don't know if that's
both,
what you're saying. But that
well,
has helped me. That's helped me.
I'm saying empathizing with myself and and admitting to myself like I actually find it really annoying when women like sexually don't trust me
Sure.
at the same speed that I trust them. I don't like how it feels. That doesn't mean you should break their boundaries or even push their boundaries. It just helps me be my own person and understand my own emotional experience. Whereas I think when I was younger, I would overly identify with the woman and think like if she was turning me down, then I had moved too fast. Or if she didn't trust
Sure.
me, then I must have done something wrong. And I think that understanding that one person's sexual
Like
boundary,
bootstraps, but for sex.
bootstraps, but for sex. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
sorry, fucking autistic posting
mean,
over here.
You mean like pulling yourself up by the bootstraps?
Yeah. So I mean like you
Oh,
were
like it's your
able
fault.
to.
Yeah, your
Yeah,
situation is your
it's your
fault. Yeah,
fault. So if you can't get laid, you need to figure it out. And the other person doesn't have any fucking problems. It's it's
right.
your job to figure it out. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I think the most humanistic way to approach that is to try to understand um,
Sure.
someone's fear of you or hesitancy about you or boundaries, sexual boundaries, um, to block you out are that's them. That's their feelings and that they're right and their boundaries, but that doesn't have to define you or how you feel about yourself.
Okay, so that's a uh pretty fucking evolved perspective, I guess. And I kind of get what you're saying, where you're like, hey, you can't have this conversation or whatever. Not trying to talk shit to Cherry or fucking
Well,
Star
I
or
think it
whatever.
just came across to
But
her like I was saying you're not allowed to say no to sex and you have to do what I say.
right.
And like you're and like I think if you're coming from a more traditional background, I think women get told that a lot. So I
They do,
understand,
bro. Yep, there's a
yeah,
absolute
women,
fucking sensitivity there for sure.
yeah, and so I understand,
The sensitivity, but that's not the kind of shit that you're playing into. Honestly,
yeah,
bro, like I hate to say this shit. Maybe it's the beers. But I feel like some of this is
see how you
legit.
feel about me in the morning.
Yeah, we'll fucking see. I'll still give you access to the video no matter what. So the fucking it's so weird, bro. Like I'm fucking tangenting so hard. I feel like some of this shit is legitimately like cultural. Like I feel like it is. Like I'm a relatively conservative person, but I like to think of myself as intelligent and able to consider other people's perspectives. As a result, I pretty much have understood everything that you fucking said so far. But I also understand people taking you being like, hey, like articulate yourself. Be able to define your own fucking boundaries. Do not rely on me to do it. And if I'm
Hmm.
annoyed, it's okay for me to be annoyed, but also like it's okay for you to articulate your boundary. I could understand how some motherfuckers would be like, he just wants to fuck me. He's trying to manipulate me into fucking. Like you know, like I kind of.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of trust and faith that I'm saying the things I'm saying for the reason I'm saying them. Otherwise, it comes across like I'm trying to
Play it. Yeah.
unravel how you're thinking about your own sexual boundaries, which is definitely not what I'm doing, but I understand why why that is scary.
Okay. I want to. I have to point something out just because we have the audience, right? I know that's fucking annoying, but we're gonna do it anyways. So I think the issue is that like no, sorry, bro. I'm just apologizing to you. I know you don't like playing to the audience.
Okay.
The thing about it is, I can kind of understand where this is like legitimate. As a matter of fact, like I completely understand its legitimacy. I feel like it's accurate. Is like there's a whole bunch of people who don't understand themselves. I understand myself, relatively speaking. Here's my hangups. Here's how I dealt with it. I'm ready to move into this shit. If you're not able to articulate your own shit, that's your bag. You fucking carry it. I'm annoyed, but you know, I'll live. Right? Like I feel like that's a perfectly fine thing to say. I feel like the thing that I will be accused of tomorrow morning. You asked me, see how you feel about it in the morning. I think the thing that I'll be accused of is I'm interpreting too much. I'm being too charitable. I'm assuming that what you're saying is what you believe. Blah blah fucking blah. But see, that's the thing. That's what I've been famous for the entire time I've been in fucking Twitch. Is I'm not going to carry outside bullshit from a previous conversation into a new conversation. I'm going to assume what you say is what you fucking believe. So, assuming that you're not like a 3,000 IQ fucking genius master manipulator, I'm assuming that you might be doing some fucked up shit. I think Destiny has like a reason to be pissed, but you think that the reasons you're doing what you're doing override his pissiness, meaning that the moral infractions are fucked up enough that ideally you want to be his friend, but these things are fucked up enough for you to be like, like if the bridge is burned, it is what it is, because I have to follow my own moral code at the end of the day. I understand that shit. And
Yes.
even if it's like delusional, like let's say that you and I are having a schizophrenic conversation, like you and I are just completely fucking insane. Nobody else understands what the fuck we're talking about. For me, I understand that perspective enough that I understand that you have to follow through on it. And not only do you have to follow through on it, you basically have to fuck me. That's all you have at the end of the day. That's all a person has is their own perception of self-worth and morality and what you do and what you think about before you put your head on the pillow before you go to sleep. Like, did I do what I was supposed to do as a human being enough that like I'm not trying to project religion into this shit or whatever, but like I see myself as a good person, so if I die tomorrow, I played the game as best I could. You know? And I'm
Yeah.
not trying. That's something that I strongly identify with because I've done fucked up shit in my life. I'm not gonna lie. And I've done a lot of good shit in my life too. But the thing that's been guiding me the entire time is, you know, I have to look myself in the mirror. That's like the main fucking thing.
Yeah, I
So
think I want to be clear that while I do want to hold Stephen accountable, I'm probably more interested in holding myself accountable.
yeah, which honestly, that's kind of like that's the bullshit of it, right? Like we a lot of like atheists and shit. They all they all talk about how like your selfless motivations, the things that make you like a moral creature, are actually selfish, which I think could be true to a certain fucking degree. But also, if you do, I said this shit. If you do the right thing for the wrong reasons, you're still doing the right thing. So it kind of doesn't matter at the end of the day. And maybe you and I will wake up from a fucking schizophrenic dream tomorrow and we'll be like, wow, that conversation was totally fucked up. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have a feeling that that's going to be the conversation. That's what we'll be thinking tomorrow.
I hope not.
It won't be, to be honest. I hope I'll make this prediction for myself because it's literally fucking beer. It's not like I've been drinking liquor the whole time. I care enough the same way that you care enough that trying to do the right thing is borderline more important than anything else. So even if you're delusional, but you're trying to do the right thing, that's
Still have
more.
to try.
You still have to try. Yep, exactly. Yeah. So dude, if you're totally proven wrong, this was a fucking witch hunt. Destiny's a fucking cunt, but he's not as big of a cunt that anybody gives a shit about, and it ends up being a bomb and a flop. I'm kind of sorry that you're just to be frank, that you're kind of like a Twitch and YouTube politics Icarus. You know, you burn bright, but you burn out fast. You're a fucking supernova. If that happens, I'm sorry that happens. But also, if you have legitimate criticisms, and as a result of your criticisms, the space becomes better, and your your martyrs complex pays off a little bit, I'm not going to complain about that either. So it is what it is. You're a fucking Jew. You want to be self-sacrificial like the Messiah, right? So you know it is what it is at the end of the day.
That's right. Gotta follow in the footsteps of my people.
Yeah, and
you know, I think I'm only 3/8 Jewish.
Wow, that is a low percentage to be fucking claim Jewishness, you know. Like, and by the way, like I'm not saying you shouldn't claim Jewishness. I'm just saying like
I don't. I mean, I only claim it because other people claim it for me. You know.
Right. Yeah. Might as well beat
I'm
him to the
forced-
punch, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm forced to be Jewish, but I'm only. I don't know. I don't know if it's I don't think it's a cultural martyr complex.
Yeah, I'm shit posting a
Probably
little bit.
it's probably something more personal than that.
And it can be my my deal. The reason why I point that out at all is just because like you know going for the meta conversation. I think there's actually going back to foundational morality, which I think that I don't know how much you've considered this or how much I've considered this. Destiny and I disagree. Like we agree on probably like 70% of shit, but on the remaining 30% we disagree. And the reason why we disagree is because I view him as like a materialist, nihilist, hedonist. I think that he only believes that what is real in this life is real. I believe that he thinks that what is in this life is ultimately meaningless, and that the best way to live your life is to maximize your pleasure and minimize your pain. And I understand his logic, and to a certain extent, I believe that it could be naturally correct. But I also think that it has so many negative implications for other people that I disagree with it. And so my moral philosophy is kind of more like if I was to be religious for a second, I'm a fucking like perennialist, deist. I don't know whether or not I believe in an afterlife, but I think basically you should act like your actions will be judged by a higher power. I just, call that slave morality, call that, fucking, whatever the fuck you want to call it fucking cultural Christianity, whatever. But the point is that, like, I almost feel like you're unconsciously playing into the same game that I'm playing, where you're like, no, like, even if you can get away with shit, you shouldn't do fucked up shit. So with that,
yeah, I'm quite hard on myself.
why? Actually, yeah. So that's really interesting for me. Why? What is your higher moral calling that forces you to find causes worth sacrificing yourself for and then doing it? What is that motivation stemming from?
Well, if you're asking where it stems from, it could be some self-destructive fucking sick thing from my childhood.
Give me the higher shit. I don't give a fuck about the fucking.
The higher shit is that there's nothing else to do in life except try to be a good person. There's no point. There's no point.
Yeah. Okay. All right. No, I agree with you. I agree with you completely. Like,
I don't like it. It's weird. All the stress and all the hate, and I got doxxed. It just unbelievably stressful shit. Like, I have a gun within 3 feet of me at all fucking times.
Do you mind if I ask what kind?
G43X.
Nice. Okay. All right. Now I'm being fucking cringe. But literally, that's what I'm gonna buy. That's like the 9mm single stack. It's concealable. All that shit, bro.
So
for a layman, that's a pretty fucking base choice. I don't know. Like, how do you know to pick the G43X? I'm curious.
Well, I have a G42, a G34, and a G22 also.
All right, so you trust Glock Austrian perfection. I get it.
I do.
Okay.
But the 43X, it seems like it's concealable, but it's still 9mm. So
and it's still large enough to feel like capable in your hands, where you're like, I'm not pulling out a fucking pea shooter to piss somebody off. I'm actually pulling out something that'll do work. Okay, based. Yeah. I'm tracking it. And not only am I tracking it, can I applaud you as a fucking 3/8 German person to look into the eyes of the enemy, the Austrians.
You mean Jewish person?
What?
You mean 3/8 Jewish, to look into the eyes of the Austrians and allow them to...
And allow them to furnish you with the weapons for your own survival. Way to look past a century of oppression in order to make it happen. Dude, fucking balls on you, man. This is cringe, but I'm just going to admit it. There was a older gentleman who was pissed that Germany was leading the EU. And I basically said, well, I mean, what are you going to do? Germans are efficient. He took that as a personal slight against his ancestors who were killed by Germans. But I need to point out that basically he didn't refute my point by getting angry. So, trust people for what they are, So if Germans are cold, maniacally competent cunts who develop great technology, trust them to be what they are. Yeah, trust them to be what they are. Over-engineered, but they make good shit.
So what I was saying is that even with all this stress and harassment, I still think I'm sleeping better than I was 4 months ago. Because your
conscience is relatively alleviated.
I think so. I was pretty I can't tell you how many times I would yell at Shaylin about something. I would be yelling at Shaylin, and I would and like in the middle of an argument, it would slip out where I'd be like, you sound like fucking book smarts, or like somebody I'd been arguing with, like whoever, with every single orbiter. I have called Shaylin the name of every single orbiter. And Destiny as like a slur.
Yeah. Do you have a punching bag? That's an important question.
No. Well.
Okay.
No.
Okay,
But
you
but
need
her
to
response,
invest in a heavy bag. You really do.
well, no,
I'm just saying,
I
so you
needed
can
to
take
get.
your
I think I
energy
needed
out
to
on
get.
that. Yeah.
I think I needed to get out because her response would always be like, "Stop taking your shit about your job out on me." And then she would be like, "I don't think this is good for you. I don't think what you're doing is good for you. I don't think your work is good for you. I don't think it's good for us.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're like cracking up. You sound insane, screaming at me about how I'm being bad faith in the middle of like a personal like fight. Like you're using all this like terminology
Ad
from fucking
hominem, red herring.
yeah, and like weirdly
That's fucking funny.
we should by all accounts we should be fighting a lot right now because I'm like really stressed out, but we're not as much.
Because
And
you
I
got your
think
shit out of your head. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, so I was just to answer your question, like why do I want to try to be a good person? I think part of it is just
Fucking
I hate
emotional release, so you're not that fucking pent up cunt fucking animal. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, I just hate myself when I'm not, honestly, and I
Oh
love
yeah.
myself
Oh,
when I am.
that stress will fucking kill you, bud. And like I'm not again, like maybe I wake up tomorrow, this is all like and by the way, I'm not really saying this, audience, blah blah blah. But basically, who knows? We fucking wake up tomorrow, the dynamics completely shifted. Fucking you're the greatest liar who's ever lived, right? Basically what I would say is your instinct for the benefit of the audience. Telling the truth, even if it hurts you, fuck me, is it so much better than the alternative? Just covering shit up, letting your anxiety eat you to the fucking core. All of that shit. Not only is it cringe, it'll destroy you. Long term, it'll fucking destroy you. So no, I'm good with that. And however flawed, whatever comes in the next few days, I'm assuming from your perspective, you're trying to do the right thing, and also you're trying to make the place better. Which by the way, the cautionary statement. This is what makes believers dangerous. Is the fact that they believe like fervently. They believe that they're doing the right thing. They believe they're fighting for a fucking higher power. Not necessarily
10,000
God.
people tell them that they're wrong. They don't listen.
But then there's what is it? Marvel being fucking cringe, right? Which is like if you think that you're 100% right and the world tells you to move, you tell them to fuck themselves in the fucking asshole.
Right.
Which is not a direct Marvel quote, but the point relatively stands that if you think 100% that you're right and everybody else is kind of being a cunt and they're playing into bullshit, then it's kind of your duty based off of your own moral system to call that shit out in order to make the world a better place. And society only thrives when people feel like they should do that. Which is like a Jordan Peterson thing. So I'll be cringe there because, he's making apology for fucking retards. God damn it. Like honestly, just to share like a personal like my bullshit. I fucking love Jordan Peterson. I think he's so smart in so many fucking ways, and that I've never been more disappointed by a fucking father figure in my entire life. Like even my own fucking dad is like very chill compared to the amount of disappointment I've experienced from Jordan Peterson. Jesus fucking Christ. God damn.
Yeah. He's had some rough moments.
Dude, bro, like just eat a broccoli stem, okay? Like you're obviously like, I don't care about your immuno fucking compromised disorder. Like you just need to eat one vegetable to get an essential vitamin or nutrient back into your fucking brain so you're not saying crazy shit. Like that's fuck. Like, and
a friend of mine.
Sorry, go ahead.
A friend of mine's father figure is Kanye West.
That is savage.
And he's going through the same experience.
Fucking Kanye. Which all right, like okay, so I was gonna say this meme. I'll unblock you on Twitter. But I was gonna say this.
Nice.
I was gonna say this fucking meme. Fucking like Destiny, like now Nick is hanging out with fucking Kanye, and Milo and fucking
Yeah.
Nick are about to like lead the world's most gloriously fucked up political campaign. And Destiny
Yeah.
could talk to like a $500 million fucking whatever the fuck, like half billionaire. Like, was it worth, which by the way, this is what I respect about Destiny, was his moral stand on your behalf, believing that he was doing the right thing by calling out doxing ass fucking pieces of shit who basically you've been a known quantity for a long time. Like sure, the cuties review, blah, blah, blah. You've been a known quantity for a long time. So basically, like targeting you randomly, that's just kind of making you, as fucked up as some of your perspectives are, slave to the algorithm, right? It has nothing to do
Yeah.
with whether or not what you've said is legitimate. It has to do with the fact that sometimes you say fucked up shit and it's disagreeable to social conservatives. And they utilize the mass reporting program to fuck you over.
Yeah.
So basically my whole point with that being, I think Destiny, inshallah, Almin Dalila, God help his soul, I think that he also has strong moral convictions that he acts on in public, not just because he thinks he'll get a reward from his audience, but also because he thinks it's the right thing to do. So kind of when you were getting fucked over through no fault of your own in a way that he had been fucked over before, he sacrificed himself for you. And so I think that's part of the reason why everyone has been reacting so negatively to quote unquote your betrayal, is because he was. This is actually like the saddest fucking thing of your guys' entire relationship. He had a principle. He was willing to sacrifice shit for you. And then you had a principle. And basically, I don't want to say you were unable to sacrifice for him, but your moral code demanded that you act against him. And that sucks. There's no other fucking way to say it.
Yeah.
So
It
yeah,
sucks.
brother. No, and at the chance of being fucking dogpiled tomorrow, at very minimum, I'll tell you this: I'll give you access to this for your own fucking uses, and I also believe, unless you're literally the world's best liar, that you have a moral belief, you're acting on that moral belief, you believe you're doing the correct thing, and you think that the sacrifice might not be worth it, but it's still the right thing to do based off of your own self-perception and your ability to look yourself in the fucking mirror. So as fucked up as whatever tomorrow brings, I do believe that. So.
Thank you.
No, I wish we could live in a better universe. I wish we could have a better conversation where you didn't have to sift through 10,000 fucking pounds of bullshit in order to get where you need to go. But people are retarded, and you got to fucking sift through bullshit. So it is what it is.
It is what it is.
That, you know what? That's the takeaway. That'll be in the fucking thumbnail. It is what it is. So, all right, and I feel like if you have something else to share, like I'm legitimately down to talk as long as you want to talk. But if you feel like we've naturally run out the momentum, then I am also okay with ending it here. So you kind of tell me.
Yeah,
if you want to do it.
Yeah, I think we should wrap up now. But yeah, I just want to say I appreciate you hearing me out and doing the interview, answering my questions, and if there is a fallout from this,
I'll suffer my consequences too. So I know right now. So people feel free to send me this clip tomorrow if I am persona non grata. I know that the truth or the perception of truth, even the belief in truth, is more important than like the part of what's oh god damn it, let me rant before we fucking close out. Part of what's fucked up about our society is everybody says, what social clout can I gain out of this? What money can I gain out of this? What personal benefit can I gain out of this? And there's a certain honesty to admitting that you're self-interested. But I also think that there's a certain shallowness of a society that purely cares about the phrase, what's in it for me? And if we don't ever, like ever, try to like appeal to or like go towards our higher ideals, we're just fucking animals, man. We're not deserving of any higher moral consideration than fucking pigs or cows or any other fucking thing that exists on the planet. So basically what I would say is I'm sick of people being pussies. I'm sick of people being cowards. And if you're not in a secure position where you can criticize other people because they pay your checks or whatever, that is the rot that's at the core of American society. Is as soon as you get yours, fuck everybody else. That's like if you want to take that for lobbying or politics or electoralism or whatever the fuck you want, just don't be one of those fucking people, man. It's like sad. It makes the world a worse place. So
It does.
yeah. So maybe you're a sociopath and this is just the highest level manipulative game in the world. I don't think so. I think what's happening is Destiny believes that he acted in some of his moral frameworks in order to defend you. He feels particularly betrayed because of it. But I also feel like you've observed things that disturb you. And as a result, right or wrong, delusional or true, you have to compulsively act on that moral perception, or else you won't be able to fucking sleep at night. And that's something that's something I can understand. I can understand that. I've made very tough decisions based off of similar perceptions.
I appreciate you understanding that.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry you have to
and
suffer.
understanding it out loud.
I'm sorry you have to suffer, brother. It's coming. Pain train's coming in the next hour. Pain train's coming in the next fucking day. But guess what? It's better to suffer honestly than being a lying, comfortable sack of shit. So fuck it.
I agree.
All right. Well, good luck, brother. Sorry, everything sucks ass. I hope Destiny can forgive me my my indulgences, and I hope you can. By the way, I'm not walking anything back. Everything I said tonight, I've done on the informed consent of my own conscience, and one 60 milligram tablet of duloxetine taken at 10 a.m. and a 6-pack of beer, which, by the way, is a pussy amount of alcohol to drink. So hell or high water.
Fucking Christ.
No, I'm serious. Hell or high water. These are pretty much my legitimate perceptions of this conversation. So if we have to suffer tomorrow, we have to suffer tomorrow. It is what it is. So yeah, brother. I wish you luck. I'm sorry everything sucks ass. So
it's gonna be like the James Franco first time meme.
God damn it. It's going to be like that, isn't it? All right. Well, fuck it. Hey, listen, you know what? I've been through worse. And by that, I mean, I've seen, cigarettes put out on kids. I've seen, or I haven't personally seen, but I have many friends who have dealt with the aftermath of suicide bombings. Basically, one person being an asshole with his penis, and then him getting called out for it and not liking the fact that he's getting called out for it. There's worse things on this planet. So you and I will both survive this. Pretty sure. I think so. No guarantees.
I hope so, my brother in Christ. I hope so.
All right. Well, if you ever want to come to the faith, I don't believe myself, but I'll find somebody for you.
Okay.
All right. You have as good of a night as you can. I will kill this boss, and I will talk to chat, and then we'll fuck off, and then we'll let whatever tomorrow's shit be tomorrow's shit.
All right. Well, have a good night, man.
You too. Good night, buddy.
All right. Bye, Connor.
All right, guys. Just kidding. Everything that I said was a fucking lie. Blah, blah, blah. No, DGG, please save me. Accept me. I wasn't, everything I said was not true. And by that, I mean, fuck you. Even if Max is legitimately the most powerful psychological manipulator on the planet, I feel like we had an earnest conversation just now.
Counterpoint, you assumed right. I simultaneously love and hate your charitability. Enjoyed the 2-week ban, lol.
You think I'm gonna get a 2-week ban? No offense, but if this is taken too roughly, I hope I can maintain my relationship with Destiny. But to be honest, like, this is the real. So he's had a lot of tough, contentious conversations with a lot of people. My growth is not dependent on him, which I'm very happy to have that independent, basically. And the truth is, I'm 80-90% a Warhammer YouTuber. And then the streaming shit on the politics side is largely for fun. So, fuck it. So, I'm going to scroll to the top. I'm going to scroll to the bottom. Ask your questions. I will raid people on Twitch and YouTube as best I can. I appreciate the roughly 250 people who stayed with us to the very end. We will let the fallout be the fallout, and then we'll call it a fucking night. What is it? It's 1:09. It's early as fuck. I should be playing more video games. As a matter of fact, I'm probably gonna tell you fucking cunts to fuck off, and then I'm gonna go play video games. Okay, so now that he's gone, me and you, Connor, spoke on stream before about Warhammer and your fandom of it. The game has me by the balls, but can't afford it. Legit, why this over Vermintide? Because of glorious, beautiful, ranged combat, including grenades. As a matter of fact, if you cunts will stay with me, not all of you are going to stay with me. Most of you here were here for the MrGirl shit. Old school counterpoints. If you do politics for fun, that implies Warhammer streaming isn't for fun. Warhammer streaming is super fucking fun, but I also do it for money. So, yeah. Like, we literally just posted a video today. It was a super good fucking breakdown of the new Warhammer, or the Hammer and Bolter episode, which was fucking awesome. We got like 50K views in a single day. So, Chrome VOD says at counterpoints, I don't pay Destiny every month. I pay you. I ain't going anywhere. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. I came in after MrGirl left. Well, you probably need to go back and rewatch it. I have a feeling this will be a classic piece of content. I hope it is. It started out contentious and untrustworthy, and I was verbalizing the DGG and Destiny counter arguments a little bit too much for his like, but then I think through being tactful and charitable, he was willing to open up to me about his own perspectives, and we didn't get like a whole bunch of really firm confirmations on his content as far as like what he's going to produce in the essay, or as far as the amount of people that he's talked to that he feels like have had an abusive dynamic. But I also feel that basically I hope what comes across is hell or high water tomorrow. We'll pay whatever consequences we pay, but he was earnest in his, or at least seemed like so. For instance, like I've met master manipulators in the past. His intonation, his patterns of speech, his thoughtfulness, all of that kind of stuff, seemed relatively to be in honest cadence based off of my personal and professional experience. You say you're taking streaming seriously, but I feel like your video game content is mostly capped. Why not lean into the debate politics sphere more, where you could arguably grow quicker? I will. I'll start hosting my own version of the Hippy Dippy next year, but a guy that I'm working with is developing a website called Arium, ARIUUM.com, and he's trying to make the Twitch platform for debate. So the Twitch and YouTube equivalent of the debate sphere. So yeah. So I'm gonna scroll to the top, scroll to the bottom, take a piss, and then I'll probably just play video games, honestly, until everybody fucking leaves. He's a big, strong man. He has a kid now. Indeed, I am a big, strong man, and I have a kid now. I have the second kid on the way. It's fucking based. I own dogs. Hope you can't aim and fire fast enough. Well, this game is helping me practice because there's a bunch of Nurgle demons, demon-possessed dogs that I am killing the fuck out of. I choose the Beretta 92 over the Glock 17. This is a mistake. The reason why it's a mistake is you should do the Glock 19. That way it's a subcompact. And then you should also do the Glock 48X. That way it's the 9mm single stack, easily concealable pistol that's almost full size. That way it's a very minimum profile. It's not heavy to carry, all that kind of stuff. And the Beretta 92 has 2 different safeties. Basically has a double action, single action where you have to pull really hard on it. And then also it has the manual safety on the side. So when you pull it, this is actually something that you would have seen if you checked out my Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube content where I was like shooting with like a security detail in Baltimore. Basically you would have seen me have a really like slow draw. My draw is okay, but then I'm like manually clicking off the safety and it literally does take like a half second. So a half second lost on a shoot is bad. Having a Glock that's ready to go is good. Don't worry about what guns I own. True. Touch grass time. Indeed. Thanks for subscribing, Gaunt's Ghost Guy. Indeed. I hope you create your own content because Gaunt's Ghost is some of the best literary shit in the world. Go outside, Max. You're too online for your own health. True. But that's not just for Max. That's for everybody. Apologize to Steve. Shut the fuck up and get out of orbit. Man, y'all motherfuckers, like, we had the most, like, good faith fucking conversation in the world, and I got a bunch of fucking DGGers in here fucking shitting pants. Maybe, like, don't shit blood so quickly and also listen to what motherfuckers are having to say. And by the way, I'm not even saying that, like, Destiny has serious shit going on. I don't fucking know. I didn't read the essay. I'm also not a psychic. That, you know what? You know what? This is the best fucking thing about being a cop in this fucking space is I don't know.
I appreciate your approach to earnest conversation and charitably to the opposition. This is why I'm subbed.
Thank you, brother. So what I was going to say is, like, this is the great thing about being a law enforcement officer. I used to interview rapists. I used to interview murderers. I used to interview burglars and thieves. And I know the amount of effort that liars will go into in order to defend themselves. And as a result, I learned to trust no one. So as good as the cadence was, as good as the earnestness was, as good as the thoughtfulness was, as good as this entire conversation was, I'm not going to believe shit until I see the evidence. So too many beers, fuck up, fuck off. This was 6 fucking beers. It's perfectly fine. Jordan Peterson was the same 4 years ago when you loved him. Nah, eat a dick, Dr. Zayas. You're fucking coping. The shit that he was talking about was way more based, and he didn't have the expert fallacy where he believed that he was an expert outside of things that he's a whatever. Like you know, this motherfucker shouldn't be talking about like climate science. He should be talking about like psychology and self-improvement. But whatever. He's still an interesting figure. I'll always follow his stuff passively, but I'm also not going to worship the ground that he walks on because I think that he has audience capture right now where he's jerking off the audience that loves him. Max will never concede anything. Try, it won't happen. Okay. This is sad. Oh, what's tomorrow going to bring? We'll see. World's best. I've had ex-girlfriends that do a better job. God damn, there's a lot of fucking DGGers in the fucking chat just being cunts. G-Free True, he said a lot of things for clout. This motherfucker's been on more interviews than me. Dude, I got fucking 30K subs based off of being a 40K fucking YouTuber. My average shit gets between 1 and 5,000. This is not clout. Oh, God. Abominations. Indeed. Studies. Holy shit, I'm drunk. True. Can you animals like the stream? Indeed. Sociopathic at the very least. Max, I think, cares about some people, which prevents him from being psychopathic, according to the psych test books. Cool. Bring real life to the internet. Blah, blah, blah. Psychopaths. It sucks and it's cruel. It's just a really embarrassing temper tantrum. Man, I don't think y'all were fucking listening at all. That's kind of embarrassing for y'all. Yourself for clout because it was actually believing half of the shit he was accusing of Destiny or of he wouldn't have bothered going with Lav, who has been known for a complete fucking liar on the internet for years. That has nothing to do with the veracity of the claims. Nothing to do with it. Just because you have an unreliable witness. Holy shit. All right. Try not to get triggered. It was fun. I had a good time. I might have less charitability with you guys in a second than I did with him. Just because you have an unreliable witness for a crime has nothing to do with whether or not a crime occurred. And I know we're not talking about crimes. We're talking about sexual impropriety and abuses of power and all this kind of shit that, again, like, I've dealt with suicide bombers and fucking murderers. I don't give a shit about half of this. But just because y'all fucking want to shit pants and pick a side that fucking has nothing to do with shit. Has nothing to do with what's real. DGG is expecting your blood results in a few hours. Thanks for submitting it earlier. Interesting. Too good faith right now. Okay. Well, at least Connor is trying his best. True. Counterpoints. You assumed right. I simultaneously love and hate your charitability. Enjoy the 2-week ban. Lol. Again, responding to this, we'll see whether or not it's just 2 weeks. Dude, you went easy on him? Nah, we dug into it. Y'all are fucking pussies. Y'all are coping. Change your name to Counterpoints and we'll forgive you. No. He's a level 20 wizard. No, as a matter of fact, the wizard is the one class that I didn't play. Who the fuck at YouTube thought it was a good idea to have a fucking Britbonger read out super chats? Lol. Indeed. At Counterpoints, by the way, if you haven't seen the movie first time, it's from The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, and I highly recommend it. I'll check it out. I think Steven will see this better than Max's previous chats on the subject. Good. I doubt he'll do anything. We'll see. Good stream. It helps understanding his side better, even if I don't fully agree. Based. Okay, so now on that he's gone, me and you and Connor, yep, spoke on the stream. What is it better than Vermintide? Range weaponry. I'll show you in a second. We got like fucking 200 people. 40k is better than fantasy, indeed. At Counterpoints, also, I don't pay Destiny every month. I pay you. Thank you, ChromeVod, for being loyal. I will rely on your steadfastness in the coming days, where people try to chop off my balls for having a conversation. I'm not a fan of Max, obviously, not a fan of giving him credibility, but this good faith and consistency is what made me appreciate your contributions and want to work with you, bud. Keep doing you. Appreciate you, Days. I'm sure we'll see if you feel that way when I drag you into a call in the next couple of minutes. I've been trying to get a squad going with you, Connor. Still need to check out the Hammer and Bolter? Yes, please do. It's really good. You went super easy on Max, no hate, just saying. Stinkfest, I think you're being a pussy. So feel free to jump into the Discord. Agree to disagree, they killed fantasy, so I'm a bit bitter. True. At Counterpoints, maybe drop the Discord link when we're at it. Yes. Counterpoints. Wait. It's discord.com/counterpoints, but I'll drop a link in a second. Common Cure says, Semper Fi Fi Fo Fum. Indeed. Did he reach out to you or did you reach out to him? He reached out to me. I kind of was rude in the DM. He was relatively charitable in the response, and as a result, I agreed to the conversation. You say you're taking streaming seriously, but I feel like your video game content is mostly capped. Why not lean into the debate politics sphere more, where you could arguably grow quicker? Again, we'll be launching a hippy-dippy spiritual successor next year. I'm waiting on a guy to develop a website. At Counterpoints, do you really think Max has no choice but to adhere to his own internal moral compass, or is that just booze talking? Guess what, cunts? I have an internal moral compass. And if something is telling me that I cannot change my perspective, or else I will not be able to look myself in the mirror, I would rather fucking die than give up on my principles. I would rather get shot in the fucking head, shot in the chest, stabbed, murdered, tortured, whatever the fuck. I would rather do all that shit, because the pain of knowing that you're a fucking coward is infinitely worse than the pain of whatever this world has to offer. So I would strongly recommend that if you're a fucking pussy or a coward who has a moral compass, but you ignore it for the sake of convenience or comfort, I strongly recommend, based off of how fucked up the world is right now, you stop being a fucking pussy. That is my utmost, strongest recommendation to any fucking coward, craven, cunty piece of shit in chat who thinks, well, I wouldn't do that. That's ill-advised. And by the way, not even saying Max is correct. Max could be totally fucking wrong, hitching his cart to the wrong horse of Anna and fucking Lav, as we've all understood from the exterior framing of this entire fucking conversation. That could be totally true. But at the same time, I understand the impulse to follow your own moral impulses. And whatever the fuck you want to say about him, he's a Jew, he's a pedo, he's a piece of shit, he's a fucking liar, he's a manipulator, he's an abuser, he's a rapist. Whatever the fuck you want to say, if he has an internal moral code and he's following it to the best of his ability, that's better than half of you fucking cowards in chat. And by the way, that's like, no, that's rude, but No offense. Some of you are spineless. I counterpoints. Again, as I planned out earlier, Anna has asked both him and Lav to knock it off. Counterpoints again, as I planned out earlier, Anna has asked. You can't put any kind of credence in that because obviously somebody who has suffered at the hands of the abuse wouldn't want to revisit the abuse again. And I'm not saying that Anna is a credible witness. I saw everything that you guys saw. I saw Anna loop. I saw Destiny say, hey, it wasn't as serious as you thought it was. I saw him say, you need to move on. I saw this. I saw that. I saw everything you guys saw. I saw all of it. And at the same time, just because Anna is backing out doesn't mean that something didn't occur. That has nothing to do with fuck all. I counterpoints. And that's with regards to the Destiny shit specifically, obviously. Not sure. If you're saying I'm too charitable. I counterpoints. Can you maximize the game? I keep hearing Irrelevant mention this game. No. Buy it yourself. It's fucking good. Stop being a pussy. Xenon. I counterpoints. Nice. Glad to see that. I run a media company, so I got to ask, why the fuck aren't you on TikTok? That's another reason it feels like you aren't taking this very seriously. Because I'm a fucking boomer. I'm like in my mid-30s. Talk to Taze. He's the business fucking guy. Yeah, I wouldn't trust him. He's definitely a manipulator, but it's fine to go with that knowledge, treat him like a human. That awareness can just make you adjust your behavior as needed. We'll fucking see. We'll see. I shit in the tub. Based. We'll definitely come to you for good advice, but not moral advice. Good job suffering, retard. Xenon. The problem is me and Connor are trying to work full-time plus do this. We just don't have the time. Yeah. To the fucking still 215 fucking cunts who were like, oh, this was a great stream. I love this fucking content. Donate, sub, chat, Prime, fucking Patreon. Whatever the fuck you want. Do it. Stop. Don't fucking feast on the content. But then not do shit about it. Stinkfist, you tiptoed around Mac so he wouldn't leave. It's okay, but Mac needs honest pushback, but maybe that's not what your intentions were? No. Fuck no. Fuck to the fuck no. There were barriers to the conversation through which you would gain no possible information about his intentions, his mentality, his research, who he is, and all that kind of stuff. He made those barriers clear. If I asserted myself against barriers that he was uncomfortable with, he would have left the conversation a fucking hour ago. So, I hope you have the emotional intelligence to realize that you can understand what you can get from somebody and what you can't get from somebody. And on top of that, being respectful of somebody else's boundaries, even if they don't deserve your charity. That would be a very important emotional and moral lesson that I hope you learn. And even if he's completely undeserving, it's revealed that Max is a fucking serial rapist, serial killer tomorrow, and everything that he fucking told me is a lie. And he's just the best robotic, manipulative fucking piece of shit who is able to emote what normal humans emote without the actual consequences of his words. If that was all true tomorrow, it has nothing to do with this fucking conversation. I got every single fucking ounce out of him that I could. As a closet MrGirl's stand, I appreciate your approach to earnest conversation, charitability of the opposition. This is why I'm subbed. Thank you, Froggy Style. Thank you for the donation. Sincerely appreciated. Your donation, by the way, will be going to a gentleman in Ukraine for his fucking generator. So thank you for that. At counterpoints, Max reminds me of Magnus the Red. Indeed! Magnus did nothing wrong. Max has done some things wrong. I don't like Steven either. I was talking to Max. Okay. Fair enough. At counterpoints, too many beers. Weren't you drinking Miller Lite? Yeah, dude, it was fucking pussy shit. These are my legitimate opinions. It's really nice that someone who has some credibility is saying the same thing that I've been saying. Hopefully you don't get the kind of BS I have for saying. Much respect, my guy. Appreciate you swinging by. JP is being groomed by Ben Shapiro. True, King. True.
Tithe, DGG needs to have the ability to put their parasocial relationship to the side. Unlike me, who lives in Connor's walls, and is totally not sniffing his socks right now.
Okay, that actually explains where all my fucking socks have been, because I'm down to 2 fucking socks. So actually having a schizophrenic living in my walls who's stealing my socks makes a lot of sense. I can avoid. So there's a difference between a liar and a manipulator. Liars invent narratives. Manipulators adjust reality and play to your beliefs and sensibilities. True. I can avoid. So that was a good convo, but I just cringe when I see Mr. Girl because I get flashbacks to the god-awful drama streams. Indeed. It's really interesting when you go back and look at DGG-related videos to do with Mr. Girl, because DGG mostly defended Mr. Girl against folks like Stardust and etc., but now they have basically flipped a switch on it and are incredibly uncharitable because they have a parasocial relationship. Indeed. Base your own morality off of your own perceptions. Don't base it off of anybody else. I tried to listen, unfortunately entered late. Good luck with that. What are your thoughts on Anna counterpoints? I have infinitely more negative perceptions of Anna than Mr. Girl does. And the only reason why I didn't bring those up is because I feel like Mr. Girl is very sensitive to the fact that Anna was, according to him, I'm not saying this is true. I'm saying this is a statement that he asserted in the conversation, that while he was mediating a Destiny Anna meltdown, Destiny on the back end was sexting Anna, where the exterior perception was that Destiny had cut off contact and Anna was single-mindedly focused on communicating with him. That was the exterior perception. So if he's passionate about that fact and he can corroborate that fact, it is what it is. Destiny's going to have to eat crow. Counterpoints. I've watched Max get really into a specific theory. This is all this is. Okay. Wait, I just got here. Is Mr. Girl good or is Mr. Girl bad? We don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. Matthew Polly. Cops love backstabbers. Interesting. Big claims, Connor. Not everyone is DGG. Okay. Does Kanye West have a chance to beat Trump for the... No. It's Trump and DeSantis. Kanye is a fucking sideshow, but I expect Nick and Milo to profit off of the sideshow. I still love you, Connor. Thank you, Sixth. I appreciate you. Did you watch yesterday's podcast with Mr. Girl? Dude is lost? I'm not saying. You're a puss, bro? Oh, look. You're blocked. Bye. Enjoy fucking off into someplace else. And I will never have to give a shit about your perspective ever again. This is for you. Matthew Polly. Contact me on Twitter so I can send you a picture of this. I will find this timestamp. I will screenshot this. I will DM it to you. And then I'll block you on Twitter too. Eat a dick, you fucking vagina cunt. Come find me in real life. I'll give you an uppercut to your fucking teeth, you fucking piece of shit. And by that I mean in a fucking video game or whatever the fuck you want. You fucking pussy-ass cunt. Scooby-Dooter. We're not saying anything in particular. Okay. Eat a dick. She the one time my internet crashed. When will we get a 40k game I can play for the greater good, Tau? The Fire Warrior already exists. It's just 20 years old. I'm just picking up on vibes, but I'm getting the vibe that he is feeling like something inappropriate happened. I feel like your vibes are correct. I can't remember. Star Target has the best depiction of a bolter ever. Dude, I'm playing right now to try to get a fucking bolter. It's worse than being right. True. Well, for one, Destiny has already said he's temp banning people from his stream that talk to Mr. Girl, but in general, DGG probably isn't going to like that he talked to Mr. Girl and was generally trying to be good faith. Yeah, fuck him. They'll come around. Fucking pussies. But you plan on reviewing Max's Manifesto doc? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I would actually be super fucking interested if 80% of it is just like the abusive dynamics and shit versus like the sex shit, you know? I think 30%, honestly, I think 30% of it will be sex and 70% of it will be abusive dynamics. At Counterpoints, I don't think you thought Max was a slave to his own morality prior to this convo. What changed your mind in the last 2 hours? Nothing. Just because somebody is a slave to the morality... Hold up. Can I explain something? The internal perception that you are acting correctly has nothing to do with whether or not you're acting correctly. It's just admirable that you have evaluated a moral system and you're trying to follow it. Okay. Enjoy your mute, bitch. I counterpoints. I just think he's a backstabber who's throwing a giant freaking fit because he got banned off of subreddit. That's just love backstabbers. Okay. Have fun. He's a Joel. He's a Jew, lol. Who the fuck do you think is a part of your community, lol? Plenty of Jews. So what? People are talking shit about him because he's fucking Jewish. What do you want me to say? So now half of us are spineless cunts? Not half. but 30%. The cop calls us spineless. I'm so happy I blocked you. Wow. You're an unbelievable piece of shit, Matthew Polly. Find me in real life, you fucking fruit bat. I was using my mic for voice to text. There'd be issues. True. Connor, you doing well? I'm having a good time. We'll probably play video games for another hour or so. Oh my god. Stop complaining, you fucking pussies. At the same time, DGG went from thinking Anna was incapable of behaving remotely rationally and that she was going to kill him to suddenly accusing Max fans of acting like Anna doesn't have any agency. Oh! Hell's advocate with the fucking banger. I'm poor, so instead, little peer pressure, give this man money. Thank you, Sixth. What occurred? 2 adults, who cares? I generally agree with that assessment. I subbed and gave you $10 and you called me a pussy. Well, thanks for subbing. Appreciate the $10. Votes, give me my tie. DGG needs to have the ability to put the parasocial relationships to the side, unlike me, who lives in Connor's walls and now is totally not sniffing his socks. Based. Echo Boys, you're acting like the investigation itself is the problem. It's not, at least not for anyone rational. It's the way he's doing it, which is insanely manipulative and shitty. What is your response that Destiny has said himself that anyone can investigate if they want? I'll fucking wait for the goddamn essay, bro. And on top of that, I understand what Max. I understand what he said. He's laying all his cards on the table. I do something similar. I'm a salesperson. When I open up a conversation, I say, this is what you're looking for, that you've told me that you're looking for. This is what I can do for you to see whether or not I have what you're looking for. If I have what you're looking for, I'll be very happy to help you out. And if I don't have what you're looking for, I'll help you find it. And the reason why other salespeople are absolute fucking shitbags that I think the worst things of on the planet is because they play this game where they tantalize you with what you want, but they have no promises of delivering it to you, and they have no promises of helping you find it. All they're trying to do is trying to get a commission based off of your interest in a certain product. Whereas, if you lay out the product before them and you say, hey, if I can help you, awesome, and if I can't, I can't. It is what it is. That is a certain level of earnesty and honesty that I believe in. And Max's articulation that he wanted to lay his cards bare could be bullshit, could be a manipulation. He could be a 10,000 fucking IQ manipulator. Could be. Okay? Could be. But I would say that I share a similar moral impulse where if I'm going to be doing something that's unsavory, or if I'm going to be doing something that doesn't necessarily align with my personal morals, I will absolutely lay my cards on the table first. That way, if the other person wants to engage with me, awesome. We'll continue the conversation. If they don't want to engage with me, have a nice day. It's a free world. You go do your own shit. And by the way, I think that this would be a defense that Destiny would cite is the fact that he has constantly asked all of his partners whether or not they're interested in continuing a relationship with him. So, you're criticizing me for doing something similar to Mr. Girl, and Mr. Girl doing something that you don't like. But I felt like he had a relatively rational explanation for it. And on top of that, the moral impulse is parallel to your parasocial dad. So, fuck off. Have your political views shifted in any significant way since you joined the online political sphere? Yeah, I'm way more fucking centrist. I'm way more statist. Hey, Counterparts, let me guess. Those two stocks are from different pairs, right? Indeed. One of them is black, one of them is gray. Oh. SETI, Sexadur, consent. Okay. You literally didn't listen to the conversation. But, enjoy it. Stinkfest. 570. Have fun. Like, join the Discord, you fucking vagina, if you want. And tell me whatever fucking new observation you think I fucking missed. But you're literally saying things that I don't agree with. So, that's kind of what a puss would do. Okay. Bye. Bye. All right. I have respect for you, Steel Manning, but also he can't keep getting away with it. He won't. Counterpoints, do you think Mr. Girl's level of social transgression in his rap music is the same as or worse than Eminem's social transgressions? I think they're worse. Can I raise my left hand? This is my left hand. DGG is getting owned with facts and logic. True. No, it's not admirable if you ignore society as a whole and you're hurting people doing it. To a point, I agree with you, but to a point, I do not. MrGirl contacting him, testing is that everything. I agree with that. Sweet. No, I will not fix the fucking screen shake. Right now, sitting across from me, enjoy the screen shake, you piece of shit. Also, pay me money. Want me to fix it? Give me money to fix it. I kind of want. I think I sold for 5 months by accident to you because I haven't had to renew my something like the last 5 months. When I say by accident, I mean like I accidentally hit that button. I may have to meant to sub for like a month to save money. Okay. Well, I appreciate the sub for the past 5 months. Feel free to refund whatever you need. I kind of want. Do you think it's not manipulative to prime the people he's talking to as sexual abuse victims? I literally brought that up in the conversation. Reporters don't do that for a reason, and then allegedly he's on long calls when he's crying to them. Does that sound like an unbiased source? No, it doesn't. And I feel like he's addressed that by saying, I'm not unbiased. Yo, counterpoints. I want to investigate you, but I have no secrets or dirt to get my foot in the door with people in your life. Can you help a brother out? Yeah. I'm mean. So, good luck. I counterpoints. I'm way more status. Space. Destiny is caught in the ultimate catch-22. He will want to say I only selected Anna to appease her, but he also needs to keep Anna on his side, so he can't say that. MrGirl has him by the balls. True. You're all motherfucking cum pieces of shit. Fuck you. Gets called a pussy. Okay. Thanks for subscribing. All right. What if I pay you to shake it more? Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean, for the $2. All of you can pay for earthquakes. I could have Nah, as irritated as I get when we disagree on shit, this is still far more entertaining. Based. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to a gaming stream because, frankly, I plan on like being awake for another hour. I'm going to open up the Discord. If you want to talk, I'm going to have Taze on first. Any of you cunts are free to fucking jump in. Tell me whatever the fuck. And then, Six wants to shake it too. All right, I will. So if any of you want to jump in the Discord, I think you can just do exclamation Discord in the fucking shit. And then we'll take it from there. And then it appears. Okay, cool. Whatever. Heard a dude out when he's like basically on the verge of being completely alone and fucking wanting to kill himself. So cool. All right, so I'm gonna piss. Elder Drazi is waiting for me. Taze, if you want to jump into the Discord, if you're still around, in order to drag people in, we'll do that. And then honestly, I would really appreciate it if somebody in the fucking Discord would help me drag people in and drag people out while I shoot people in the face. Because if you guys are gonna be fucking pissing me off, I might as well be digitally murdering people so I don't do anything rash. I'll be right back. I can hear somebody. Somebody talk.
Hey, it's me.
All right, cool. Can you drag people in and out for the next hour or 40 minutes?
Yeah, of course. I'll be around and we can drag people in and out. Do
Can
what we need to do.
Can you be my first person for 10 minutes or so?
Yeah, of course. I can chill and talk.
Okay, then entertain chat for a second. I'm gonna go pee.
Oh God. Hey.
Try talking now.
Can you hear me?
Keep going because I need to see if the BRB they can still
Can
hear.
you hear me? Is this? I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Cool. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, my camera's not working. Camera's not working. There we go. All right, chat. Where's my? Oh God, this is not. I'm not prepared in any way, shape, or form. Trust me, guys. I am just as frustrated about Max as many of you, but I think it's fine if we interact with him in a responsible manner and just have adult conversations with him. We can treat him like a human being. we see how see how Destiny feels after the look. I didn't catch most of the stream. Frankly, I wasn't able to. But my Mr. Girl position, um, oh, okay. I do not like Mr. Girl. I think that it's pretty sound to say some pretty aggressive stuff about his actions and about the way that he's engaged with certain topics. I do not trust him as far as I can throw him. Not even close. I have a lot of problems with him as an individual. But I think what Connor has tried to do, and what I respect, is the ability to treat him as a human being, and then like just engage with him within that, like with that context. It's okay to do that. I understand from Destiny's perspective why it feels like, holy crap, we have this guy coming after like my personal life, all of these things in the background. Why they might say, hey, we might not want to interact with him in any way, shape, or form. But that feels a little bit. Man-child talking about having an adult conversation. Codematics, Matt, sir, whatever the hell, I don't know what, you can't even manage to spell a decent name. If we are man-children trying to talk about having adult conversations, I don't know why you are losing your mind in chat. That sounds like you're being a little bit childish. Might want to see about that.
All right. So, Taze, it is basically I'm going to give everybody 5 to 10 minutes. If they're a cunt, we're just going to kick them. But I'm going to be playing video games simultaneously, and I would say we run this for the next 45 minutes. I would like to allot at least 10 minutes for you, because I believe that you, I trust you. You know, I believe that you're pretty smart, pretty emotionally intelligent, have a good feel for the same space that I do, and we work together professionally, so there's an added level of trust. So please tell me your perception of Mr. Girl. Please tell me your perceptions of the conversation. Please tell me what you think the fallout will be. Please tell me everything that you have to think about this situation. And we'll run till 1:55.
Okay, what I can. Okay, I'll try and be as succinct as possible. I haven't been like
You
super
don't have to
into
be
the whole thing.
expansive. Be expansive.
Okay, God. Okay, I'll be Mr. Girl expansive. Okay.
Sweet.
I have a lot of problems with him, as I was kind of telling chat. I think that most of his engagement with people is manipulative, even if not intentional. Because of the way that he engages with conversations, what he does is he creates an environment where it seems people cannot do what they like. They can't engage with a conversation in a manner that they normally would. They are almost always required to meet him on his grounds, but he will never meet anyone on any grounds ever.
And we
on any of
experienced that
theirs.
tonight. We experienced that tonight on some level.
Yeah, and so that I think is one, heavily manipulative in the way that those sorts of things become, because also as a part of this, and it's something that both him and Lav do, is he requires them to always carry his emotions, but will never carry the emotions of anyone else, because he intuits what their emotions are always. So he always feels that he's carrying their emotions because he always feels that he's correct. So there's no point in carrying their emotions. There's nothing to be done there. He doesn't have to carry your emotions. He already believes and understands them. So then there's nothing to be done. I think that is
something that's interesting that I actually appreciate about this conversation is I felt like I was listening to him a majority of the time, and he wasn't trying to project my own feelings to me, which thank God was a fucking conversational first, to be honest. So I guess my question is, I understand what you're saying, that he's being earnest, but you think that he's manipulative in these perhaps unconscious ways. But I didn't see that tonight. Did you see that tonight?
So I was unable to see most of the conversation, unfortunately. So I can't speak too much to the specifics of everything that went on tonight. Now, from what I saw, you were being entirely, as I said, I know you're being good faith. I know you're trying to treat him with a good level of consistency, treat him like a human being. And I respect that, because I think that's the only way you actually get through on anything. What I think needs to be done, though, and what's like the best way to approach that, is to do that with the understanding and the context of like how he can be and how he is. Because if we can step back and be like, hey, this is how he acts, this is what he does, this is how he's somewhat, manipulative or treats people emotionally, but like we treat him like a human being, hear him out, and go, cool, that's what he has to say within the context of how we view him. Fine, cool. Like I'm fine with doing that. Now I understand where, like, when it gets to the Destiny portion of things, how I pretty much fall on Destiny's side, like bar none. In a lot of this, I think what Destiny did might be well, I wouldn't do it when it comes to like sexting Anna and all of these things. I don't think it is the idea that it was like heavily abusive. I do think that there's to some extent the appeasement part of it that it was talked about, but I don't think that appeasement covers all of it. But I don't think what he's done outside of appeasement is necessarily bad. I just think it's inadvisable.
Can I present to you an allegation that we will not be able to corroborate until the release of the essay? So what we've heard so far is that Anna and Destiny continued their relationship long past it was advisable to do so, and basically. Sorry, I had to see if I could shoot somebody in the face. And everybody agrees with that. Dan thinks it's bad. I think it's bad. Everybody thinks it's bad. It's fucking stupid, right? And fucking stupidest shit you can do. And I'll just say it bluntly, since I have my beers in me. Crazy pussy hits different. Okay, it's good. All right,
I understand. I understand.
It's better sometimes. Females who are a little bit off. Sometimes there's physical chemistry there that you cannot replicate with other people. Okay? And I understand that. But that's a fucking dumb way to live. And so basically, we'll acknowledge that. But his allegation is that he was actively brokering a peace, and I'm pretty sure I remember this episode, brokering a peace between Anna and Destiny, where they were agreeing to no longer talk with each other because their relationship dynamic had become so toxic. And basically, while he was negotiating, basically assuming that Anna was a fucking crazy bitch, which, whatever, assumed that Destiny it was a purely one-sided affair. And as a result, there legitimately was only one correct good side, which was Destiny's side. And I think that on the exterior, a lot of us had that perception. So I guess my question is, does that timeline alter your perception at all, or does that fall in line with what you already believed?
No, everything falls in line with the context of specifically what I go back to is actually Aristocracy's conversation with Anna and then her follow-up conversation with Destiny surrounding this. And what basically came out and what Aristocracy talked about with Anna was the appeasement angle. And I guess she didn't talk about it with Anna necessarily. Coming out of the conversation, she talked to Destiny about that. And Destiny was like, yeah, I appreciate you actually like voicing this because it seems like no one else has really articulated this. But yes,
I remember that
when you
conversation
feel,
as well. Yep.
Yeah, when you feel sort of trapped in this sort of thing, what it comes out to be is that you have a sense where like, I have to calm things down, but being friends with her stops her from looping as much. It means that she feels more comfortable. She understands. She doesn't feel like she's being betrayed. And so while you are to a certain extent appeasing, like what develops through that is that, yeah, you do talk to appease, but you're also like, it's not like you didn't enjoy the person to a certain extent before. So that the conversation begins again, you become friends, sexting comes into a part of it. It's like, it develops from there. But the appeasement angle in the timeline does not seem absurd in any way, shape, or form.
Your perspective.
No.
Okay.
It all seems to fall in line that you like have these issues, you attempt to go like cold turkey, nothing, cut everything off. It doesn't stop the problem. So then you would try to appease, it does start to resolve some things. You actually are able to broker some peace, I guess you could say. Things start to slow down. She loops a little bit less. And through those like appeased conversations, you actually arrive where she comes to terms with her looping. They start to have healthy conversations about it. They start to actually like resolve some of the issues. And they like from Destiny's conversations recently, she understands that she loops. They have the conversation. The next day she goes, hey, like I looped, I understand, blah, blah, blah. And everything's good because they understand the context of everything going on.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you so far. I think to Steelman Mr. Girl, just because he's not here and I'm not trying to be like, I had this I had this conversation where I feel like I understood you on a new level, but now that somebody else is here and they're challenging your perspective, I'm going to completely agree with the other person. Like, fuck that. What I'm understanding from his perspective is that he feels guilty because he brokered the piece under which, by the way, I don't necessarily think he was asked to do, but he brokered the piece with the understanding that it was one-sided, and as a result, he feels guilty and icky and gross because he basically helped facilitate a wildly unhealthy relationship by assuming it was one-sided and it was just Anna. And so I didn't hit this with Mr. Girl or whatever, but the one thing that I don't feel like he was willing to concede, and I didn't want to push on him too hard, was the fact that he was like, oh, well, I don't even want to concede. Like, basically, everybody is saying that Anna's just fucking crazy. I don't even want to concede that perspective because basically I don't believe it to be false. I think this is a manufacturing of Destiny's perspective. But for me, I think you and I both saw the conversation with like John Zerka and all these folks where there were easy outs for the relationship where they could have just said, hey, this is unhealthy, let's not do this anymore. And Anna seemed unwilling to take those outs. And that was like another perspective that I felt like went unacknowledged is most adults, like regardless of Destiny's malfeasance or negative behavior or whatever, most adults would, if somebody was a piece of shit, they would just walk away. They just walk away. And that's the end of the relationship. Like you don't have to suffer. Just walk away.
Well, and that's so bring me up to is Mr. Girl saying he brokered the peace between Anna? Is that what you were saying, that he was participating in brokering peace?
But he said that he participated in a conversation that basically from his perspective was relatively false pretenses. His understanding from having
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, from having private conversations with Destiny was the fact that Anna was just this crazy bitch who didn't know what the fuck she was talking about and wouldn't leave him alone and stalked him and blah blah blah. Basically he felt like he was trying to broker a peace between the two of them. And so he felt misled that it was not one-sided and that Destiny was entertaining Anna more than he had been previously led to believe, and the timeline was more fucky than anybody wants to give it credit for.
Okay, so to one and come back to and engage with someone in chat, Yoshi27, or Anna could be appeasing Destiny because that makes him not slander her. Where's the critical engagement? First of all, we can go back and go through this. I've critically engaged with all of this. It's not that fucking hard. We can go through to the original conversations and actually look at where
see
Anna
that's the thing.
and
Everybody's
Destiny
like, how have you not evaluated all of the information? It's like, bro, like I've watched like really large amount of content related to somebody else's sexual relationship that I only kind of give a fuck about.
Well, and hold on, like even just beyond that, like I have friends involved in all of these conversations. Like as much as I'm not going to go like, oh, let me tell you my secret deal. Like the point is like a good example, Drew Welty was actually one of the people that bartered the conversation between Anna and Destiny.
Likes Anna, respects
that whole
Anna.
Conversation. Yeah. And like Drew Welty is someone that I like and respect. So like as a part of this, him getting involved, him brokering this piece, and what did they arrive at through that conversation was them being friends. That's what they arrived at through a lot of this. So her appeasing Destiny, you're correct, that's possible. And in fact, she has actually stated these things in the past. But what is true is that at the end of all of this, Anna has admitted to all of the looping. She's done this publicly, she's done this in DMs, and she has admitted to all of the problems that have come out. Now, she's spoken to both sides, she's given information to both sides, and she's been clear to both sides where she has, one, been uncomfortable at times, and two, where she acknowledges some of her own fault in these things. Okay, this has been long and drawn out. This is not just like, oh, I've only listened to Destiny stream to this thing, so I don't know what's happening on the other side. No, I've seen all sides of this shit. I think it is possible all people are appeasing, but like, yeah.
Well, and that's where, from my perspective, just trying to be as charitable as fucking possible. And by the way, I think we're over time at this point. But basically, trying to be as charitable as possible. I just kind of feel like Mr. Girl. So everybody probably is going to say I've been way too charitable to Mr. Girl. I feel like Mr. Girl is being way too charitable to Anna, where like you're just assuming that.
In a way.
yeah, like she's involved, you know, or she's fuck, trying to chop this dude's head off. She's basically like, you know, she's just appeasing her abuser or some shit like that. But at the same time, it's like she's had plenty of outs for like a really long time, and so I didn't want to push it because I think Max has like a really strong defensive outlook where if you're like talking shit about somebody that he's sensitive about, he's gonna clam down. But I also feel like that's just true. Like it's just true that he's being infinitely more charitable to Anna in the situation.
Agreed.
So.
He's being overly charitable. Yeah. So last thing before we can drag people in.
Yeah.
He's being infinitely more charitable to Anna. Too much so. I think that in a way I would say that you've been too charitable, but I don't think that it is like in a manner of a flaw. It is like your intention to try to like bring in and be in good faith. I just wouldn't give him that charitability. That's my own coming that I would not be able to for my own view of this, my own moral code that I would feel that I would need to adhere to. So that's just like the extent to where like we give people ground where we think that they deserve it. Yeah.
All right, cool. Then I would say we can talk at the end, but for now, let's go ahead and drag callers in if they want to fucking talk shit about it. My only preemption to this, okay? If you want to say, hey, you could have handled this conversation. Here's a question that you could have pressed on harder. This is something that I was curious about that you didn't address. Blah blah blah. If you want to say any of that shit, that's fine. But if you're like, oh, you're a pussy or a cunt or fucking any of that shit, instant fucking kick. I don't give a shit to fucking humor your fucking 30 seconds of being a dick. I don't give a fuck. So if you actually have a real contention that you want to articulate with a fellow adult, go ahead and jump in the Discord. And if you don't, then fuck off. And if you use it to be a cunt, then we will tell you to fuck off momentarily. So
yeah, and sorry, just last thing really quick. Hell's Advocate, you're correct. DGG has done a complete about face on Anna. You're right. There's no question. I would not hold Destiny necessarily accountable to his community. His community flip-flops like fucking wild, okay? They will jump to whichever orbiter makes them like feel good like the next moment. I don't hold a ton of like faith in his community being entirely consistent.
No offense. And if
I only care about Destiny in this, so yeah.
Yeah, and if I was calling people cunts or whatever, like if you're not being a cunt in chat, I'm not talking about you, right? Like I'm talking about the people who are being overly like they're not even considering what's been said for the past 2 hours. They walked in with a preconceived notion and they just want to spout their preconceived notion. If you haven't absorbed any new information, I kind of don't give a fuck about your opinion. So anyways, but yeah, let's drag in whoever wants to come in.
I will bring in Elder Drazi.
Sweet.
Hey, how's it going, Elder?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, buddy? How you living?
Well, personally, I guess I've been better. I've been sick a little bit lately, but oh god, let me mute you. There we go. I didn't mute the stream. I didn't really come here to argue with you. I just wanted to kind of confer on a couple of things that you said because god damn, I have said so many things that you've said for like the last since this started, and people are monsters to me sometimes. For the most part, people are like pretty chill, but I have had some radically insane motherfuckers come after me like I'm standing outside of the church talking about how much I love to suck Satan's dick. It has been unreal.
Let me ask this question because I feel like I mildly recognize your voice. Are you the first Mr. Girl Orbiter?
Yeah, that has been a title that has been given to me.
Okay, so no, I'm good with that. So I've heard your conversations. I feel like you've been incredibly charitable. I feel like there was some people who I forget who that one guy was. There was like a panel that you were on where you're like, hey, I'm just going to answer as many questions as I can and try to get feedback for my own conversations with Mr. Girl, blah blah blah. And like 5 out of the 6 people were perfectly chill, and that one dude was just a ripe fucking cunt, and so like. So unbelievably, like not even unproductive, like literally detracting from the conversation and what could have been said, even if you wanted to talk shit. And so that was frustrating for me on your behalf. But I think the same thing that Destiny probably said to you is the same thing that I'll say to you and you'll probably say to me, is just like, I think what people will perceive of you and me is we are being too charitable to his perspective, and we're not considering the people who have major issues with Mr. Girl. So I guess my question is, based off of the conversation we've had, and by that I mean my conversation with Mr. Girl, what are you still worried about? So, for instance, like you were a fan, or you're still going to have things that you're going to draw from him as a creator, hell or high water, even if he's the biggest piece of shit in the world. But what is still making you nervous about his perspective and his pursuit and all that kind of shit?
My biggest problem with what's going on right now is that I don't think that he should be the one investigating it.
Okay. Do you buy his rationale that his introduction is just putting all of his cards on the table, and then after that he tries to shore it up, or do you think that's cope after the fact?
I think that everything that he's saying is as honest as you possibly can be in the position that he's in.
Okay.
I think that there might be some things that you're blind to from yourself, which is a really big reason why I don't think he should be doing it. Also, if you're calling yourself a victim, you shouldn't be leading the charge. However, I don't know anybody else that's going to step up and fucking do it either. So it's not like there's a secondary option. It's just a little bit uncomfortable to hear somebody say, I'm a victim and I'm going to look into this. But otherwise, I think I don't really have any huge problems with anything else that he's doing.
Okay. Yeah, so the thing that you said that resonates with me is there's a the way that you conduct a law enforcement investigation, which he basically immediately disagreed with, which I'm okay with, based off of his rationale. So basically, he was saying like, oh yeah, like I typically wouldn't try to lead a conversation or a witch hunt or something like that, but what I'm trying to do is just put all my cards out on the table. That way nobody thinks I'm bullshitting. And so I can kind of understand that on a certain way, and I kind of articulated this a second ago with like sales. When you cut through the bullshit, people tend to trust you more, and so as a result you can get better results. Now, are you gonna like quote unquote sell as much compared to somebody who's a little bit more manipulative and cagey and all that kind of stuff? No, like somebody who's manipulative or cagey or passive is going to get better information than you. But compared to looking at yourself in the mirror, that's kind of more important. So I guess my question is, you've consumed
I do sales too.
Yeah. So
I know how it goes.
Yeah. So you've consumed more of his content than I have. I guess my real question when I boil it down is like, do you just feel like he's earnest, or do you feel like this is the best act ever?
I have never seen a single instance of anything that I would consider to be dishonesty for Mr. Girl. I've never seen him intentionally try to mislead anybody for any reason, and I don't know how many people I can say the same for, especially people who produce content on Twitch. It's or just any streaming service. It's very, very rare, and so I don't take it lightly when somebody in that position who doesn't lie sets out to do something like this. And on top of that, Destiny doesn't think it's spite driven. He doesn't think it's spite driven. These are the two people whose opinions are going to weigh the most to me. I have no reason to think it's dishonest.
Okay. So from, you're in sales, you talk to folks, basically relatively speaking, pending new information, it passes your smell test.
Yeah. And I think that he knows very well that the people that have stayed as fans and people that have supported him and argued on his behalf, we're gone like that if he's lying.
Okay.
That is the thing that keeps people around, is that he's raw and honest. That's like his big appeal. He's the raw, honest guy who will literally tell you he thinks the girls and cuties are hot.
Right.
Like, if you're going to do that, you're not out here trying to skate by on some fucking sneaky little lies that you can get caught on.
Okay.
Can that not be a form of performative raw honesty?
Well, I'm sure it could be
sure
self-deceit.
It can be.
I'm sure it could be self-deceit where he basically thinks like, oh, well, I know so much, et cetera, et cetera. But that's the thing is like, self-deceit is hard to deal with, because if you believe yourself, it's kind of hard to deal with that as an exterior person. But basically, I would say that at least his own internal shit is consistent. And I kind of mentioned to that in the conversation. Could be delusional. This could be totally fucking wrong about everything that he believes. But
True.
But what a lot of people have accused him of is dishonesty. Like he's lying intentionally in order to fuck over somebody who spite him. And I think that's something that even Destiny has admitted is basically he believes that Mr. Girl believes that he's correct. And that
He said that to
he's
me.
doing so he's doing so out of a moral belief.
That is what it's sort of arrived at as the general narrative, is that it is more of a focus on, which again I stated earlier, I think that Mr. Girl does seem to be, without like diagnosing, like relatively narcissistic. And I think that is much more of a focus on his own individual perception of the situation, and then applying that broadly and saying this must be done and this needs to be done because this is morally wrong. That he believes this to be true. We would just disagree with his characterization.
Okay.
I
think that's good. Then basically, I'm good to go. I think we're probably hitting 5 or 10 minutes or so. So we probably need to move to whoever's next. But do you have anything before we dip out?
Yeah, I just want to say again, thanks for saying the rational things that I think that nobody else has the balls to say. I think that it's really easy to call me crazy because I don't have any big audience backing me, but it's really nice to hear somebody that has something on the line actually saying a lot of the things that I've been saying. I guess it just feels good. It makes me feel a little bit better about it. Yeah. Well, not even less crazy, just like less alone. There's some value to that. So I really appreciate it, and I respect the fuck out of you for saying it, because it's not nothing to say it.
Okay. Well, we'll suffer together. We'll see what tomorrow brings. But I appreciate you, buddy. I hope you have a good night, and then we'll catch the next folks.
All right. Take it easy. Have a good night.
Yep. Catch you.
Goodbye. Chucky won. Muted. Chucky, are you there, bud?
Oh yeah, hi.
What's up, buddy?
Hey guys. Long time DDG lurker here.
Sweet.
But I want to run an idea that I've been mulling over from watching your stream and watching other streams of Mr. Girl. I feel like regarding the whole Anna situation, if that's cool, we talk about that.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, so I feel like Mr. Girl's reading on, in particular, Anna's situation is really off. I feel like her looping, at least for the past year since the truce, is mainly due to shit stirs in her community and in DGG, and a small percentage of, and another percentage is people just wanting to defend Destiny because they just see Anna looping again. And I feel like it's partially just the community's fault, not Destiny's fault, that things look like it's DGG just shitting on her all the time because they're going to defend Destiny. When in actuality, Destiny told everyone during the truce, like straight up, like, hey, she may loop again a couple of times, but just let her do her things. We're cool now. And people didn't quite take that to heart.
Not only do I agree with you, but this is something that I think should be kind of like acknowledged, is the fact that, like, Destiny, all of these things can be true at one time. Anna can feel like Destiny led her on more emotionally for basically they were going to have a more substantive relationship, even if they were going to end up together, and he publicly trashes her. That can be her perception. Destiny's perception can be that he thought he was going into a relatively casual hookup. He did his normal consent process, and Anna basically is just not a normal gal. And as a result of that, the loops and the obsession and all that kind of shit, that can be true as well. And then what can also be true is that Mr. Girl feels like, finally, Destiny felt like he had to continue to pay a slight amount of attention to Anna in order to prevent her from looping. That can also be true. And then Max, from a macro perspective, can look at the entire relationship and his participation in the dynamic and believe that it's utterly toxic and abusive. And I think that if you look at Mel's reaction and Dan's reaction, they're both looking at Destiny and they're like, what the fuck? Like, why are you still having conversations with this person? And I think part of the reason why Destiny probably kept it secret is because he felt like he was placating Anna to basically keep the peace. That would be my steel man of his situation. And sorry, finally, I'm looping right now. You can't control tens of thousands of people. Literally, we have probably 100, 200 people in fucking chat right now. These folks could fucking run off and attack anybody and be a fucking cunt. And I would have nothing to do with it, even if I directed them not to. So I think you have a certain amount of responsibility as a creator to direct people not to be cunts, but I also don't think that you can control people, and it's not realistic for people to believe that you can control people. And I'll shut up there.
Oh no, I definitely agree with that last point for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's all I had. Thank you very much, and it's great to see someone dipping into the politics streams that's also a fellow Warhammer 40k nerd.
Dude, fucking, if you want to play Darktide, we got plenty of people who have Darktide in the server. And then also my primary channel is literally 100% Warhammer right now. So if you want to...
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I'm subscribed and I've watched some of your stuff. Definitely.
Based.
You
All right,
guys
brother.
have a good night.
You too.
Goodbye.
Next caller, if we have one.
All right. STV Philly.
Oh,
How's it
what's up,
going?
Philly? Hey, brother.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up,
Hey.
man? How you living?
I'm cool. How are you?
Fucking suffering, but in the way that everybody does. Like, so good kind of suffering, I guess. So, yeah. How you living? It's been a minute.
It has been a minute. Good to talk to you again.
Yeah.
No, I just literally just popped on your stream. I didn't watch your interview with MrGirl's, so it would probably be a waste of time to like ask you.
Nah, you got 5 to 10 minutes, man. I respect your fucking opinion on anything. So if you want to talk about anything, we could talk about anything. What I was going to share real quick, just with the chat or whatever. STV Philly, correct me if I'm wrong. Did content about basically like, you know, city dynamics, gang warfare, you know, people in the city of Philadelphia, and then also has been critical, I would say, of some of the DGG conversations around like race specifically for Annalisa. And I'm not like trying to, you know, start shit there. I'm just saying that's the most recent content interaction that I've seen you in.
I think that's a perfect summary, I guess, for people who aren't familiar with me. Because it's weird because my content has nothing to do with this space. So it's
Twitch and YouTube debate politics. Yeah, it's kind of brutal.
Yeah. So it's like my audience has there's literally probably like less than a percentage point crossover. So yeah. So coming over here, it's like it's a break from my type of content, which gets kind of draining. You know, looking up
Homicides and shit,
statistics and homicides and all that. Yeah, that's draining. So I come over here for a little bit of, you know,
levity,
a break from all
for
that.
a little bit of relaxation, and it's a bunch of autistic people screaming at each other. Yeah, that sounds about right.
For the most part. There's a lot to engage with, though. There is a lot to engage with.
That's actually really funny because basically what happened was my Warhammer content ended up being more popular than like and like, you know, we have good debates, we have good conversations, whatever. But you know, the Warhammer content just ended up being way more popular. So I focus on the Warhammer content and I'm like, oh man, this is like relaxing. So like my stressful shit is this. So that's awesome that this is your relaxation. Yeah, you're like, this is relaxing. This is like taking a bath. This is great. That's awesome.
Well, yeah, relaxing. I don't know, because there is a lot of things that gets me excited. So it's just a change of pace. Let's just put it like that.
Fair.
So like I said, I didn't watch the interview with MrGirl. So I guess like a better route to go with this conversation would be, okay, so right before like the whole nuke dropped with Destiny Stream, you know, and the bridge burn with MrGirl, they had a very, I think, pertinent conversation about Destiny's treatment of orbiters and how he felt the relationship was abusive, which I guess is sort of still his point, but he kind of veered off into, you know, the stuff with Anna and stuff. But I think he had a very interesting point when it comes to what he was saying, like in that last conversation before, like
Everything went to
like
shit.
yeah, before everything went to shit. That very last conversation, I think I see a lot of people saying like he really didn't do that well, but I think he made a lot of great points, and there was a lot of things that Destiny, I guess, didn't he didn't make clear enough where he stood with these sorts of things. So like, as would you? Well, let me put it like, would you call yourself a Destiny orbiter?
Oh, 100%. And like by the
Right.
way, like I'm kind of praying that like I didn't like torch my bridge with Destiny, which is parasocial to concede. But basically like I like him. I think he's a smart guy. I think he's, you know, charming, et cetera, et cetera. But I also think it's okay to acknowledge that like the people that we admire have flaws. And also just because we like him doesn't mean that he could be wrong about some shit. And you know, one of the interesting things about this conversation was we had this entire analogy about like sports, where like people can participate in sports and it can still be bad for you, and you can be like you can be voluntary, like football players. They volunteer to break their spines, to get concussions. They volunteer to participate in this system, and just because they volunteer to participate in the system and they profit for it doesn't mean that it's not bad for them potentially long term. So I liked his analogy, but then I don't think a lot of this, you know, he's saying that he's going to release some more wild shit in the, you know, the article. We'll see. But I think a lot of his analysis is more of the space itself. And I think that this space enjoys blood, man. It just does. So
For sure.
They fucking love it. I mean, like, dude, I average probably like 50 live viewers, something like that. We're talking about a, you know, I'll be honest, a kind of crazy guy who's defending a kind of crazy girl against a crazy guy who's a little bit less crazy, but everybody's super fucking smart, and there's allegations of sexual impropriety. And there's 200 people who want to see that shit. So no offense to the audience or whatever, but y'all kind of drive the. If you're like, oh, why does everybody love blood? Why does everybody love drama? It's because of y'all. Y'all reward us with blood and drama. So
I agree 100%. And to be honest, as invested as I get in some of the political stuff, I do enjoy the drama streams and the blood sports and people yelling
it's
at
fun.
each other. It's very entertaining. Yeah,
When
you know,
people are
especially
fighting
when
each
you're
other, you
when
got
you're
nothing on the
invested.
line. It's great. This
Especially
person
when you're
slept
not
with this
invested,
person. They
for
hate
sure.
each other now. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. So all right. So I guess where I was going with my line of questioning was, I asked you if you were orbiter. You acknowledged that you were, and you sort of agreed. My next question would have been like, do you agree with what Mr. Girl was saying about Destiny's treatment or of his orbiters? And you sort of answered that when you said, you know, I don't know if Destiny's gonna, you know, what he's gonna do. That I talked to Mr. Girl tonight. Like, I don't know how he's gonna treat me. And just the fact that you even that it even had to come to your mind is a little bit of a, in my opinion, it's a little bit
Alarm
of
bell.
a. It should not alarm. I mean, listen, I know that everybody consents to this relationship with Destiny. It's not like I'm not accusing him of like abusing his orbit. You know, Mr. Girl's using kind of loaded language when he would say things like abuse and things like that.
Of course.
But you do acknowledge that it is crazy how people are afraid to like disagree with him, or, you know, in this case, talk to somebody that, well, in all fairness, Mr. Girl is accusing him of like some
Serious shit. It's serious.
yeah, serious shit. So if I were in Destiny's position, I'd be like, listen, like,
Fuck this
you know,
motherfucker.
if you're trying to empathize with him in any way, fuck you. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Which I don't think you were trying to do at all. I get where you're coming from, but like, so you acknowledge that like there's a weird kind of relationship between him and his orbiters, right?
100%. And this is something that I disagreed with Mr. Girl on, but I didn't want to push too hard because I didn't want him to get like crazy sensitive about it because I didn't think it was that important. But basically, like, he was talking about how you don't need to worry about interpersonal drama and who's going to worry about who and who's fucking who in order to do politics and shit. And like, if there's anything that we've learned over the past like year, that's not true. That's not true at all. Like the Lauren Manifesto or whatever, that wasn't really about like, you know, policy or any of that shit. It was about a bunch of egotistical motherfuckers getting in the room, getting a good chunk of money and attention, and then some cunts being super selfish with like the money and attention, and then other people getting fucked over as a result. So I kind of disagreed with his assessment that it's like, oh, you know, the interpersonal isn't political and you don't need to have all this drama in order to have politics. I kind of think they're tied. I think they're tied together, and he just doesn't want to admit it.
That's interesting. Yeah. So, all right. Well, listen, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I really just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Sure.
I do want to have like sort of a longer form conversation with you about some more things. We maybe can set that up at a different time.
Dude,
but
yeah,
thanks
DM me.
for
We'll
having
pick a
me.
date. Of course.
Perfect. That sounds awesome. All right. Thanks again, man.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Take it easy.
You too.
All right.
Tease next caller if we got one, and just let me know when
There's
we
no
run
one
out
in the
of
waiting
callers.
room.
Okay.
But Allslayer wanted to know if you wanted to talk about Fuentes and his recent take on Twitter.
Oh God, yeah. Please hit me with the recent take on Twitter.
Okay, hold on. I'll drag him up. He doesn't even know it's coming. Allslayer, what's up, buddy?
Okay, whoops. Hey.
Hey,
like-
welcome aboard, brother.
Hey.
Yeah, so what's the okay? You tell me what's going on with Fuentes, because I have my own shit that's going on with Fuentes. Not like interpersonal, but just like what I've seen.
Sure.
So you tell me what you've seen.
Yeah, so I've only seen like a short I guess like tweet thread you gave about Fuentes like whether or not he's
Oh, a Nazi, yeah, of course.
well, I guess either like a Nazi or I guess like how pro killing
Jews
that he
and
doesn't
black
like?
people?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting.
for sure. So yeah, so it was my understanding that like you had I don't know if you've taken this down, right? But like you had a video you made like over like a year ago, right? Talking about Fuentes originally, and like saying that either he was like fascist leaning or like pseudo fascist.
100%. Yeah.
Okay, so but like you would at least still stand by the like, sentiment that he's like anti-democracy and probably pro-authoritarianism, right?
Wildly authoritarian. He's basically he's like fucking Iranian theocracy except for Christian. Like that's what he is.
Okay, so yeah, so I guess I'm just like a little confused. Like, why do you think he wouldn't demand like legal enforcement of his worldview then?
So there was this really interesting clip. I actually sent it to Destiny of all people, and I said, "Hey, you need to check this out. This is actually insanely pragmatic." And I think Fuentes has probably matured a little bit, where he realizes that if he comes out and says like, "Oh yeah, like we need to segregate everybody by force and blah blah blah," you know, he's just going to lose like 80% of the electorate. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
So what he said instead. It was this long rant, but basically one of his chatters was like, hey, if you calculate all sports, it turns out that white people are the best people at sports, because if you it was so cringe. If you add up like tennis and badminton and fucking volleyball and all this kind of shit, white people get like a crazy amount of like medals and athletic accolades. And Fuentes was like, you're a fucking idiot. And the reason why you're an idiot is because to deny that like black people are athletic is fucking stupid, like in the first place, like even if you're a race realist or whatever. And then also other people, like, and he's talking about, I'm assuming maybe not Jews, but he's talking about like Hispanics and black folk and all that kind of stuff. He was saying like other people deserve to feel proud of themselves as well. And so it was really kind of and he also said like, we're not going to be able to literally deport, you know, Hispanic American citizens and, you know, black American citizens. These people have been here sometimes longer than you. And as a result, yeah, sure, maybe we should segregate. Maybe the fucking crime stats that I talk about are real. Maybe this, that, the other. But basically, I still think that these people, what I want for white people, I also want for black people, but I want black people to have it within their own group. And so it's still race realist, it's still racist, it's still segregationist, it's still hyper conservative, but it's not genocidal. And it seemed earnest too. It seemed like he was genuinely upset because I think in the far right, I swear I'll shut up in a second. I think in the far right, they get really annoyed when there's people who talk about genocide and shit because they basically view them as counterproductive to them actually gaining real political power. So I know he's had like a lot of really cringe memes in the past, but I do think he's trying to evolve his politics.
Sure. I mean, but it just sounds like he's being like a more effective like orator, right?
Yeah, and I mean, like, dude, for all I know, it could just be totally mask shit. He might literally just be saying it for my benefit as somebody who dislikes him and who will talk shit about him. But my perception is that it was
on
earnest.
the right side up at stake.
Kind of the same way like this conversation with Mr. Girl. You can think that he's a delusional fucking asshole who is blowing shit way out of proportion and fucking blown up Destiny for no goddamn reason. You can completely think that. But I don't think he thinks that. I think he believes.
Yeah, so I mean, given like the conversations that I've seen like Mr. Girl in, I think he does, yeah, for sure. But if we're really talking about for Fuentes, so the problem is that he went for like like the really quote unquote like edgy jokes, but it's really edgy jokes to kind of like hint at like underlying beliefs.
Oh, he has absolutely bigoted beliefs. He does not like Jewish people at all.
Yeah.
I think it's I think that's primarily motivated by religious shit as much as it's motivated by race shit.
Yeah, probably. What I guess what I'm trying to get at is that while I'm saying he was severely punished for that, right? Like he was excised from
largely deplatformed. Right? Nobody takes him serious.
Yeah. So I mean, I think if you have like that reaction, and then you start talking to someone like Destiny, who's like saying like, hey, like if you like,
change your rhetoric.
Basically improve your rhetoric, right?
Thanks, Destiny, for making more efficient fascists.
I mean, to some extent, right? So, like that seems like a more likely explanation than he's like radically changed his.
I don't think he's radically changed.
Well, maybe not radically, but sorry. But I guess softened to the degree that you're implying right now.
I don't think he's softer at all. I think this is probably his actual power level. I think that just because you deny the Holocaust and have anti-Semitic conspiracy theories doesn't mean you want to genocide the Jews. So for instance, like,
I don't think that's the part I was disagreeing with, though.
Oh yeah, sure. Tell me what you disagree with.
So, well, it was the part where you were saying that you didn't think he was like necessarily like pro segregation being.
Oh no, I don't think he's. I don't think he would publicly advocate or for segregation with like so. Okay, there's two levels, right? There's cultural, and there's political. So a lot of people act like Nick is a political segregationist, meaning that what's going to happen is he's going to seize power through MAGA, through Kanye, through Donald Trump, and then they're going to bring back like the 1960s, and black people will have sundown towns and this, that, the other, and all that kind of shit. I don't think that's what Nick even believes is possible. I think what Nick believes, because he talks about it, is that people largely self-segregate as is, and people are kind of different within like these different tribal groups. So rather than the Liberal Project, because the Liberal Project is trying to break down these differences and have everybody go along to get along and spend more time together and, intermarry and all that kind of shit, he would rather just say, yeah, you're black, you don't like white people? Hang out with black people. Who gives a fuck? You're white. You don't like, you're white. You don't like black people. Hang out with white people. Who gives a fuck? Like, I seriously think he would just culturally encourage and believe that to be morally justified for people to stay quote unquote amongst their own. So I don't think he's genocidal is basically my main take.
I would probably just like claim like agnosticism on that point.
Sure.
And to me, that's not,
and by
yeah,
the way, not happy to be proven wrong, but ready to consider new evidence. Like if he has like a Richard Spencer moment where he gets like pissed off because he like loses a race or something, and he's like, I'm a white male and you're supposed to look up at me. You got that Jewish physiognomy and blah blah. Like of course I'll be like, okay, this dude's like a massive piece of shit, and he was just hiding everything for his fucking power level. But
sure.
Just through personal interactions, I feel like he cares a lot about his ideology being viable. And he believes himself capable of creating the future of American right-wing politics. So that's where, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying this is my opinion.
Yeah, okay.
I'm saying last point. I don't
Sure.
think he's a Nazi. I don't think he's a National Socialist that wants to take over the government and kill all the Jews. I think he's an American paleoconservative.
Did you overload your plasma rifle again?
And basically, he wants America to return to the 1950s, along with all the racial and Semitic perspectives that Americans had in the 1950s.
Now you imagine this.
Yeah.
So have to deal with that on
so
a
what I was saying to
daily
like that last
basis.
point is, well, he's may not necessarily be for it, because that part is hard to
Implement.
Well, yeah. Not only it's hard to know if that's what he's for, without him being, I guess, arguably like more explicit than he has been. What I think he has shown though is he would be indifferent to it.
Oh, he wouldn't give a fuck.
At minimum.
Oh, dude.
So,
yeah.
Well,
If American Nazis ceded power and started killing Jews, he wouldn't give a fuck. He'd be like, yeah, it happens.
Yeah, so
you're like, he's like, what's a little genocide between friends? Like, yeah, he wouldn't give a fuck. Absolutely, I'm with you.
Sure.
But this harkens back to like actually Nazi Germany, where the Christian nationalists back in Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s, they were allies with the Nazis because they viewed the Jews as like a threat to their religious power.
Yeah, for sure.
So it could be a distinction without a difference for a lot of people, but for me, the reason why the difference is so important is because I just want us to be able to have like sober conversations about who our political enemies are, what they believe, and how you stop them. Because when you just pretend everybody's a fucking, I don't know how you feel about this, but for me, I feel like, we've been calling everybody right of Bernie Sanders a fucking Nazi for the past like, half decade, and as a result, nobody's a Nazi now. So I feel like you just need to be precise with your language.
Yeah, so I think that the problem there is you have like an issue of like where we kind of say like the Overton window, right? Where like you can only like push things like so far before like you get deplatformed, right? Before you get excised or exiled as it is, right?
Oh, sorry to the left wing. In case you haven't been paying attention, you guys are fucked right now. Absolutely fucked. Elon Musk is bringing back within the Overton window Christian nationalism. It's on. It's what's for dinner. You get like the left, that whole game plan where basically anybody who advocates for Christian nationalism or race realism, my personal opinion is that's done. Whatever fucking hugbox was happening on
use your headphone, don't get tunnel vision.
Is fucked.
I don't like use Twitter all that much, and I don't really pay much attention to what he's been doing. So I'm getting like bits and pieces. It doesn't.
Stefan
it
Molyneux
sounds like it's moving that direction.
Stefan Molyneux is back. Fucking Richard Spencer never got banned. I want to say Nick Fuentes is back. Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad is back. Carl Benjamin is talking about like, how conservatives are fucking pussies and the only people who are actually conservative are traditionalists, and you have to plant your fucking, feet in the ground and like return to like Christian monarchy and shit. Like, bro, like the right wing is back in a really fucked up way. So, I would say it's not looking great. The deplatforming arguments are not looking great right now. It looks like the right wing is coming back with a fucking vengeance.
For sure. Sorry. I guess what I was trying to get is that I don't know if that's sustainable or not.
It might not be.
But I-
Dude,
it's-
this could break
yeah.
our culture. It could legitimately break our culture.
Yeah, so I guess so we'll see on that front. But sorry. So what I was trying to get at is that I don't think there's there is like a technical difference between like the person who'd actively like push fascism and the person who's indifferent to the fascism. I agree with that point. The problem is that the person who's indifferent to fascism is well indifferent to it. Like they don't really care if it happens, and they kind of just collectively shrug, right? So so I can understand like people's like compulsion to like just kind of be like, well, I'm going to label that like a Nazi or neo-Nazi or a fascist or whatever in that sense because if it happens,
might
they're
as
not
well
going.
be.
They're not,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
There's absolutely distinction without a difference. But so, for instance, if I was to have this conversation with, let's say, like Mix, who by the way, like I'm still Mix Vivian Wolf. Somehow, I'm still mutuals with Mix Vivian Wolf and Demon Mama. If I was to have this conversation with them, it's like I'm not trying to point out the differences in order to minimize Christian nationalism. What I'm trying to do is bring up the differences between maybe like a character like 2016 Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes. Because if you're trying to talk to people who are around them, or if you're trying to talk to people who are within the movement, basically, if you say like, oh, you're a Nazi, they're going to have like 10,000 different fucking outs and they're just going to laugh at you. Whereas if you're like, hey, you're a fucking Christian nationalist, you want a Christian theocracy, you're authoritarian, but you're not necessarily fascist. You don't give a fuck whether or not you just want, like, you don't want to murder people, but you do want gays back in the closet and you want fucking, women back in the kitchen. They'd just be like, yeah, they'd probably just admit to it. And like, you wouldn't have that fucking,
get near the gate.
That 50 fucking page argument about like whether or not somebody's a fascist. You could just talk about the ideas and why the ideas are dog shit.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I guess what I was sorry. So the overall point I guess I was like trying to get is that that's not really what was coming across in your
ammo here.
Your Twitter
Yeah,
thread.
Then wisely.
Well,
it was reading as like a lot softer than what you're saying now.
Sure. And by the way, like, it's partially intentional. The cool thing about being like 15,000 plus on Twitter is the fact that like I tweet something and then everybody's fighting in the replies, and I can choose whether or not to fight in the replies if I see something I want to fight on. But honestly, a lot of it gets lost in the noise. Like I can barely see half the comments because there's so much fucking notifications. So basically, part of my thing is I don't want to fucking pussyfoot what I think is correct anymore.
Middle.
So if people want to assume like, oh, Connor's like a fascist apologist, like that's not happening. Watch our fucking stream, bro. like so, I'm not trying to bring up these distinctions because I want Christian nationalism to rule America. I'm bringing up these distinctions because I want to combat them rhetorically.
Sure. Well, I guess if I could just like offer like I think you could have like clarified that then.
It's
put it in that
and I'm gonna
that
be
hard.
A cunt. Sorry.
But
it's Twitter, and I'm gonna be a cunt.
Run.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, no. Sorry. What I'm trying to get is, like, I think you could have easily, like, either like added some additional qualifiers or just like add one additional tweet. This is saying, like, hey, this is what Nick Fuentes advocates for, but now. But he's not going to be like openly advocating for segregation, even though if push came to shove, he would obviously do so once the Overton window would allow him to do so, right?
Yeah, and like I see. Here's my thing: is like
I'm a physician. I'm covering you. Go.
I feel like basically what happened for a really long time, and I'm not trying to be rude if you're to the fucking left of me. I feel
That's
like. A lot of lefties got used to the conversation being like, oh, well, you have to qualify everything and you have to know, we have to know that you're an ally and this, that, the other and all that kind of shit. And like, dude, like, no, we don't. And the reason why I'm kind of being a cunt about it is just because like there was a time, maybe 2 years ago, I would say, where everybody had
Should we rescue them?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Where everybody kind of had to like kowtow to this shit because like they would get banned, but the truth is that like that's no longer the case. So at this point, And also, it's like it's kind of been counterproductive for our culture to just have all this shit like brushed away or swept under the rug. So I would rather just like fight it in the open, not qualify, not fucking kowtow to anybody. Just say what I believe is true, and if they like it, they like it, and if they don't, fuck off. Like, and I know that's probably not a great position for somebody who thinks that I'm smarter than that, but you know, I'm not. So.
Yeah, I don't know if this is like the history major in me, but you know, it's like the difference between saying like Americans believe X and saying you know, some or many Americans believe X, right? One is if you just say Americans believe this, right? You're kind of implying like all of them do, and then that invites like a lot of like potential pushback, right? And
Sure.
just like in a hypothetical sense, right? So I'm just saying like you could have probably like added like just like 1 or 2 words, and I think it would have read like significantly better probably.
What words?
What
because I'm pretty sure I maxed out my characters, but what words would you have added? This is what Nick Fuentes believes.
I'll be honest, like I don't use like Twitter very often, so I guess I would have to look at like the like a tweet specifically. But I mean, something again, like I said, what I was saying earlier, right? Like something along the lines of like, this is what he currently believes or like currently advocates for. That way, like people understand, like you're saying that this is what he said, like Fuentes says now, not what Fuentes would say if like he could have his ideal.
Oh,
like,
if he had unlimited
world or
power.
something, right?
Yeah, sure. And
because I'm saying like because I think a lot of the pushback that you're getting is like people reading that going like, why are you saying that like he wouldn't do like segregation? Like if he's doing you know, like Holocaust jokes, if he's doing
because I want a better engagement,
like a really high degree, right? Like
I want a way better engagement with the material, and I will be demanding this out of my political audience. I hate to fucking say this, but it's so fucking true. So right now, YouTube, or excuse me, Warhammer is my content leader. Gives me the most amount of money, gives me the most amount of attention. It's fun. I enjoy it, all that kind of shit. So that's where my focus is going to be for money. When it comes to the politics shit, I am going to force the audience to come my way a bit. And by that, I mean, if you're not you, but if you're so fucking dense as somebody on my Twitter feed that you're like, oh, Connor just explained Christian nationalism. Clearly what he wants to happen is for Nick Fuentes to win. I don't need you, you know? And so I'm going to, he's talking about fascism. Excuse me. Maybe I haven't heard this before. Let's go deeper. Those are the people I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the shallow people. Fuck the shallow people.
For sure. Yeah, I mean that's fine. That's fair.
Relatively reasonable.
All right. I think I hit most of the points that I cared for. However, you did mention that you're doing 40K content. I know Ella talked about this with you, and I know I tagged you at some point. When are you going to do that? Yeah, when are you gonna do well, you could do like a lore explanation of like all the cards, like where they all come from. You know, like when they explain who is this character, right? Or like who are these commissar officers? Like who are these people?
I will DM. And I can contribute. I have my deck. Okay, we can contribute and we can help you build a video for it. Okay.
Okay.
Just to appease our one single fucking viewer. Okay?
I was about to say I'll DM you and Ella and I'll incorporate it into a single stream that I will demand both of you watch either live or as VODs. Because dude,
I actually think it could be really fun. They've got a full set of decks. They cover Necrons. They cover
Tyranids.
Tyranids,
Imperium,
and then they have the Imperium and Chaos Space Marines. Yeah. So like they have a full breadth of it. You can cover some of the key cards. We can talk about how like some of it plays into the lore.
Are you talking about as
pre-recorded
though?
We could do it as a video potentially. We can look at how about we look through the cards and see what you feel like you could pull out of it. I'm not a nerd, so I don't know 40K. So
fuck off. So what I would say what I would say legit shit I would borderline want to do like pre-recorded and then post it to like the Coliseum or some shit. Cause like I did. So I'll tell you straight up. We deleted a lot of content from the main channel, basically to make the 40 content standalone. That we did that, or I did that. And I forced Taze to come along. So basically right now my fear, we just had a really good video. My fear is posting something that's not going to do well. I don't want to fuck with the algorithm, basically. So I'm okay doing the content. I'm actually very happy to do the content, but I also just don't want a video where it's fucking like less than 500 views because it's you and Ella and fucking half a dozen people who clicked on it out of curiosity. So basically, I'm happy to do the content, but I think we're gonna post it to a second channel.
I mean, just to be clear, no matter what you do, like nothing's gonna follow up Hammer and Bolter with the same success.
It's true. It's
like
true.
We should not expect the same video to pop off as well as Hammer and Bolter. It's fine. But if we do it right, there could be some really interesting parts to this where we can actually describe some interesting parts of the lore, get into it with talking about like Magic the Gathering. It's got its own fan base. Like we can absolutely do something really interesting with this, and especially like I want to hear your lore aspect to the cards. I bought one of these decks. I think the art's cool. Tell me the fuck about it. I want to know what the fuck I'm playing with.
Fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Would it help you if I told you there's a primarily a Magic the Gathering content creator who does like 40K like Wednesdays, I think, or something. And he's been doing it for like I think over a year at this point.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just
saying, there is an audience for it. Okay.
Okay, it's not whether or not there's an audience. You know what our problem is?
It's our audience.
Yeah, we have 10 fucking audiences. That's our problem. So we have the political debate audience. We have the political essay audience. We have the Warhammer 40K audience. We have the lore 40K audience. We have the short lore audience and the long lore audience. We have videos, despite being like a 30,000 subscriber YouTube or whatever channel. We have videos with almost 100,000 views in every category. But because we never commit to a category, we fucking like nobody knows what the fuck is going on.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, but like I think you're thinking of this as like a primary like Magic video, right? And it doesn't have to be.
Where
like, you're using the cards as a jumping off point to talk about 40K. So this should still ultimately appeal to the 40K fans, right? You're like, hey, like, would you like to know more about like various people in the Imperium? Like, here's like an Imperium video.
Fine, we will do it.
You can think of it that way.
You and Ella asked nicely, you fucking cunt. So, but I will tweet whatever the fuck I want about Nick Fuentes on Twitter, and you will suffer.
It's fine. I'm mostly getting it indirectly anyways because I don't usually directly engage. So
that's fine. Yeah. So we'll do that, and then no, I'm good with that. And like by the way, like I'm okay with the call out, especially from people who have been here for a long time. I just think there's only so much that you can do with these characters, and what I'm really trying to avoid is pussyfooting. So for instance, like. It was, I don't know about how you feel about it, Taze, but my perspective on what we just did was it was relatively risky. Like talking to Mr. Girl, being charitable, all that kind of shit. DGG could be super fucking pissed tomorrow. And Destiny might be pissed. And I think we did a good job, relatively speaking, but you never know how somebody else is going to react. So if we're going to be taking risks like that, the main thing that I just want to avoid is being a fucking vagina. So... Yeah, let's avoid that.
Yeah, so wait, just really quick. Mr. Girl is supposedly dropping his thing tomorrow. Is that the whole idea?
I don't think he's dropping it tomorrow. I think he's still researching and talking to people.
Oh, I don't know why I heard some stuff about it dropping tomorrow. Okay, never mind.
I mean, it might. I don't fucking know. If it drops tomorrow, sweet. Fucking, we'll be kind of justified in having the conversation first.
I mean, I guess. As someone stated, like, DGG won't give a fuck. It's possible people won't give a fuck. Who knows? At the end of the day,
we'll see. Those people are kind of sensitive sometimes.
Well, it's a question of like whether enough people care to watch. I'm sure Destiny will hear. Someone will tell him. But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, it carries its own risk. The entire political space does orbit around Destiny to a certain extent. But I think it's can be worth it if it's something that we think is like valuable. Not even like from a content perspective. If it's someone that we at least want to like, it, this is your fucking channel. It's your fucking content. If you believe that you want to put some input into a conversation and talk to an individual, I think it's important to be able to do so and understand that like it was pretty upfront. Destiny said, "Hey, you do this, blackball for 2 weeks or whatever the time period might be, and we can move on from there."
Yeah.
I didn't listen to the whole conversation. Now you might have been more charitable than for his taste, but what I would say is that like at least knowing where our after conversation and where like it seems we kind of stand on like where we're giving Mr. Girl his charitability. While that might be distasteful for Destiny, I think it's fair. Um, I will give him his charitability while being highly suspect, and I would imagine that's probably where you land as well. Is I don't think you're sitting here going like, oh, he could like it's equal chances that Mr. Girl is 100% right, and also that Destiny is 100 like is correct. Like I don't think it's a 50-50 thing here. I think it's just that like we'll give Mr. Girl his time to speak, but like we know where we kind of stand initially.
Well, and so just to kind of share this, so after the Mr. Girl conversation or whatever, my perspective is basically like, I don't think the situation requires any evil actors. I think Destiny could have been as upfront about his whatever you want to call it, his coomerism and his fucking like how, trying to get as much consent as possible from the people that he interacts with. I think he could have felt like he was doing the right thing. I felt like he still could have been Coomer brained by continuing to interact with Anna. I feel like that could have been a gross situation for Max. And I feel like he could have been worried that more shit was afoot than originally meets the eye. So I don't think this necessarily takes like a cast of evil characters to fucking pull together. And as a result, I don't have to stand Destiny fully. As a matter of fact, if I was his friend and I found out that he was talking about some chick fucking stalking him and then he fucking texted her afterwards in order to fucking keep the peace, but he was fucking cooming with her, man, I'd be like, if I was in physical proximity to him and we had that kind of relationship, I would physically hit him. Like don't, what are you doing? Fucking don't lead with your dick, you fucking idiot.
I think the problem
great.
is,
Sure.
agreed. The difference comes down to like, hey, you're my friend. I think you're doing some dumb shit, and I'm gonna try and like knock some sense into you just for a second, just like
Right.
slap you up the backside of the head type thing. But the difference, I think, where this comes from, at least from my perspective, and I think this follows through to Destiny's perspective, is that Mr. Girl went through to say, I think there might be something going on here, and I'm not even going to say like, oh, like let me go do some talking. I'm going to make broad statements about it publicly. I'm going to
It does feel
DM random
vindictive.
people and say, I'm an abuse victim. I'm coming forward no matter what. Will you be willing to give me your story?
Right.
This is not the same thing, right? Like you have your reason because you're like, hey, you're my buddy. Stop doing dumb shit. He's like, I think there's something afoot here. Like you said, like there might be something afoot here, but he didn't just think there was something afoot. He said he felt he knew something was afoot and he had to uncover it and that he was going to come out with this no matter what. Because one, he felt his feelings and his experience being quote unquote abused was indicative of everyone else's experience, him mind reading again, and that was whether he had the information or not, it was worthy of publicly basically saying like, yeah, you know what? I think this is a problem and I am going to do this no matter what. That I don't think those two things are equivalent. I agree. We don't just sit there and be like, oh, Daddy Destiny, you did perfect. Like, yeah, no, fuck that.
You
But
fucked up, bud.
yeah, that's fine to say you fucked up, but to say that like you're an abuse victim and you should be subject to everything that like Mr. Girl is necessary believes or does, I think is an entirely different like claim. So I don't think your claim has to stand with the other.
Well, and so basically what I'm very curious about, like super curious about, is basically like my suspicion at this point, but I'm not sure if I'm right, is basically that a majority of it is going to be about the dynamics of orbiting, and a section of it will be about like actual sexual misconduct, because he did seem pretty passionate about the sexual misconduct. So for me, I think it'll be like a 70-30 split where it's going to be more about the dynamics, but I don't think my personal perspective is I don't think you can change that much. So
what is the, like,
you're smaller, you want money, you want attention, you want clout, you come onto the stream. If you're good, then Daddy Destiny praises you, and if you do something cringe, then thousands of people fucking DM you and call you a piece of shit who should kill yourself.
I don't think anybody, like any of his actual conduct, you can go through like any of the ways that he's interacted with Lav or any of these specific individuals, actually follows that pattern or actually supports that sort of claim. While I can understand some perverse incentives surrounding it, I don't think that they actually hold up to scrutiny if you go through the way that he interacts with individuals.
Yeah.
And I have friends that have specifically interacted with him that were female and that have had like the exact opposite of this experience described by Max, even though like he would probably still claim that they were victims.
Yeah, and what I would say for that is part of what I think I asked that Mr. Girl alleged but wasn't willing to commit to was that because there's so many fucking people that Destiny fucks with, there's some bad shit hidden amongst, Destiny's allegedly, nightly behavior. But for me, macro level, it's sex, bro. Like sometimes people are going to be disappointed. Sometimes people are going to be upset. Sometimes people are going to engage in shit that they want to do at first, but then they don't want to do later. So for me, just because like 2 or 3 people are like, oh yeah, like I had a bad experience, and then him and we had this bad conversation, and then a DGGer told me that I had fish pussy or some shit like that. Like that's not that's not like a game changing fucking shift in Twitch politics. But the one thing that I would say for certain, based off of this conversation, which I think Destiny has admitted to as well. Max is a fucking believer, man. He believes himself. He believes that this is a conversation worth telling. He believes that there's something serious going on. He believes that Destiny is misusing his platform, blah blah blah. He believes that Twitch politics can be better, blah 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 blah. So whether or not, and I kind of mentioned this a few times in the conversation, whether or not he's like delusional, he could be totally fucking delusional. That his evidence, his perspective is just based on bullshit. But that being said, that doesn't mean that he's not earnest. And
I agree.
Yeah, so I think that's the main thing that I took away is the fact that he's earnest. He does, however much spite he's bringing into the conversation, he doesn't think it's enough to eliminate his concerns. He doesn't think that he's so biased that he shouldn't do what he's doing.
For sure, and I can understand that. But if there's one thing that I have learned through this entire process of being in this space for like 1.5 to 2 years, is there's a lot of people that can be earnestly retarded. Okay? You can be earnestly very retarded, and that does not change anything. It changes nothing. So I understand, and I'm perfectly on board with saying I'll give him his due diligence. But if I would say as I stand today, based on everything presented, based on everything that I've seen from friends, from things on the back end, from anything that Destiny's presented, Max has presented, any information available currently, I would give it like, I'll give Max an honest read on whatever he presents. But currently it's like, even I feel even bad saying 10% Max, but like 5% to Max and 95% towards Destiny's perspective on these things. I can't give that much more credit.
No, and I'm okay with your assessment, and I think that it could be fucking valid, and basically it could be fucking accurate. The main thing, my takeaways from the conversation, Max is earnest. He believes what he said. He believes that the damage that's done is worthy of scrutiny and criticism. He wants Twitch and YouTube politics to be better, and he thinks that he has the power through his essay, whatever, revelation of whatever the fuck is going on, to at least have some kind of impact where lower level people start making demands of the higher level creators to get better treatment. That's what I pulled away from the conversation. So whether or not he's fucking schizo and he's fucking basically taking a whole bunch of shit that should largely just be considered you know, statistical aberrances based off of other relatively normal behavior, at least for Destiny, you know, that remains to be seen, and we'll find out with the fucking essay. So, like you said, I'll give him his fair shot. I'll hear him out. But, you know, could be... I don't want to say it could be bullshit. I don't think it'll be bullshit. I think it just might not be enough for me to be like, oh, yeah, Destiny's a fucking evil person, and, you know, he should totally reform his behavior. Like, I don't know if I'll give that much of a fuck. So...
Yeah, no, agreed.
But I'm a cruel bitch, so...
Hey, no, I understand. I find it weird that
it was so fucking personal so fast after the fucking everything else.
Yeah, and I would say that if we're actually going to go through like all of MrGirl's stuff, I think he's been like extremely inconsistent across his application of his viewpoints on certain things or his application of certain sort of like
yeah, and I
labeling of interactions and relationships, except when it comes to himself, because he feels he himself is uniquely capable and prepared and able. And and that I think is it's just dumb. It's just this is where I lean into the narcissistic part, where I think it's absolutely some form of narcissism that he believes he is capable of doing so.
Yeah, and by the way, like I'm okay with this analysis, but I am curious. And this isn't like just like pure content brain. But the reason why I'm curious is because I think Destiny can have perfectly justifiable reasons for why he continued to interact with Anna. Like, just be like, oh, well, you know, she's going to fucking loop anyways. And, you know, she's pretty hot. She's got great tits, whatever. So I'm just going to do what I'm going to do anyways. And then maybe that'll keep the peace. Like that could be totally true. But then I think it can also be true that can be absolutely fucked up for everybody involved. And it would have been better if he backed off. And he should have been, as a 30-year-old man, he should have been responsible enough to do so. But that's the thing. We're now holding Destiny to a sexual moral standard that he does not hold himself to and is not illegal. So then it just becomes like a moral commentary on Destiny's sexual behavior, which like, I know MrGirl criticized me for being like very dismissive. I don't think that many people give a fuck, because he's kind of always been a coomer. So, and he's been an open coomer. So what are you gonna do? It's not really
our place. So if we're gonna,
it's a little bit if there's something like legitimately abusive, but if it's two consenting adults who make their own decisions about their own shit, then even if it's a little fucked up, what are you gonna do? It's two adults.
So, yeah. So this is the point that I think where it starts to fall apart. And just really quickly, we do have a fellow living in your walls member in the waiting room. If you'd like to drag him in a minute.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
But where I agree, we can criticize Destiny about the
probably,
I think
to
that
be
what
honest,
you're
he
doing
probably
is,
criticizes himself to be. Let's be real.
Look, yeah. As far as like
this motherfucker, he's probably like, that's dumb.
He's
like, Destiny, that's dumb. That's an edgy tweet. You sure you want to tweet that? That's an edgy DM. You sure you want to send that? That's an edgy dick pic. You sure you want to send that? I'm sure this motherfucker, he probably criticizes himself a little bit. So
100%, and that's
barring some
all fine.
Yeah, barring some super nefarious shit. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
And all of that makes sense. It's the idea of taking it further to then like making broader claims about his impact on other individuals and pretty aggressive claims when it comes to the type of thing that MrGirl is specifically bringing up or that he's levying. I think that is a different. Those just aren't in the same realm. I don't think you can even compare the two, you know. But I will drag in Vokes really quick. Let me grab him.
Do it. And then after this level, guys, I know we still probably got like 100 fucking people in chat or whatever. I'll answer whatever questions. As a matter of fact, just for chat, you're probably gonna get like raided into somebody else real soon. So if you have any questions for me, do at counterpoints. I'll fucking answer your questions before I dip set. But this is my last level, and I'm probably going to bed. So, cause I am not a degenerate coomer, I am a wage cagey. So I have to get my sleep.
Folks, what's up, buddy?
sleep, Connor? That sucks.
Yeah, like a fucking wage cage loser.
Oh, I'm a wage too. Get it, man?
Yeah.
Fucking. But yeah. So, I don't know. I think everything that's being said is basically true. I think the biggest problem that I have though, and I think this is a critique I've had for Destiny for a very long time. Especially now. Now Destiny is getting to the point where now whenever he does shit, whenever he says shit, he was just streaming Ben Shapiro earlier, and he was getting on Benny Boy for not being responsible with his rhetoric and not taking responsibility with his rhetoric. The problem I have with Destiny is that now he's getting to the point where people are beginning to view him as an important figure, view him as someone who's influential. So whenever he does dumb shit like this, it frustrates the hell out of me because it's sort of dude, when we are actually talking about influential people on the left, you're one of those fucking people now. So you need to stop treating this like you're just oh, I'm just a StarCraft 2 player. I could basically just add.
Yeah, I'm just Cuban. I'm just Cuban. I'm having a good time. I'm streaming. I'm having some good debates. Whatever, bro. Yeah, and by the way, I don't think he thinks that way.
I don't think so either.
But I do think that I posted that meme literally the day after the fucking drama broke, and it was my dick has taken me places that I wouldn't go with a fucking gun. And yeah, bro. If you're gonna be doing this wild shit, fuck. I think Mel, unfortunately, when you said what you just said, I heard Melina's voice because she literally said to him within the past week, "Love you, think you're super smart, think you're doing great, getting a lot of contacts, blah blah blah. But do you ever think about where you could be if you weren't fucking around doing all this dumb shit?" And Destiny was like, "I would rather do the dumb shit than basically whatever the fuck." And so I think that's pretty dumb. But I also understand that one of the main driving moral points that Destiny has had his entire life. Don't tell him what the fuck to do. Literally, that's one of his most important moral axioms is don't tell me what to do.
Okay, but
I don't like that. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's one of his most consistent arguments is don't tell me what the fuck to do.
If
to be clear though,
go
hold
on,
on.
Taze.
In that exact clip where he criticizes Ben, and someone brought it up in chat, and I as soon as you said this, the exact clip where he's criticizing Ben about not taking accountability, it's because he's saying, I feel like I'm the only person that takes accountability. Where when it comes to
that's
hold on, when it comes to hold on, you can say that he could do more. But if we're talking about someone who actually does say hey, we need to shut down the misogyny, we need to shut down some of the anti-Semitism, we need to shut he acknowledges his impact. And he tells people all the time, he does tell people all the time, don't live my fucking life. He tells people that all the time. Now, again, you could say, hey, you're not doing it enough. That's a fair criticism. Or you could say hey, it doesn't bleed through enough. But
he says
I'm just
all
saying
that shit plenty. He says all that shit plenty. I think the frustration or whatever is when it leaving himself open to this level of rhetorical attack. I'm sure there was a part of his brain that was hey, this is really dumb, and there was probably another part of the brain that was yeah, but she's crazy and she's
sounds really fun.
Yeah, this this sounds fun. This is this that the other, and I'm an adult. Don't tell me what to do. I'm sure he internally wrestles with this shit, and I'm making it sound more benign than Mr. Girl wants me to, but I think Destiny's internal dialogue, what's interesting is I think we probably had a 3 or 4 hour conversation now between Nevin, Mr. Girl, hanging out with Chad, all that kind of shit. I don't think that anything that happened tonight, Destiny probably hasn't already considered. Straight up.
Sure.
Probably true.
Yeah. People criticize me for doing this at the other, I'm fucking up this way, that way, but I kind of want to anyways. I legitimately think he's probably thought about all this shit before.
Well, the problem that I have, the biggest issue that I have with Destiny's behavior is that in the fact that he is in such a big position right now where he can have such a real impact on people, like his whole red pill crusade, right?
Mhm.
Wouldn't it be actually fucking great if Destiny actually like reached a new level of apotheosis where he actually was the like the left the meme about like, well, the left has no one to point to as a good male role model. If Destiny could ascend to just a higher level and actually control his dick, he could be that response.
Okay, hold on. No, hold on.
No?
So there's a reason
I
why
wanted the Christian nationalist Destiny. I wanted that
wait.
shit.
No, okay. We don't. Connor, you and I both know that where that led was nowhere good. Okay.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, while I understand and I agree, and I look at this and I go like, damn, if only it was a world where like, you know,
Destiny
this
could be Destiny.
individual went and did this thing. There's a reason why certain individuals follow him and certain individuals follow other people. There's a reason why that like, Andrew Tate popped off, right? And it's not because he was going to be the stand-up example of the individual. People don't want a fucking stand-up individual. You can go through like every aspect of all of this shit on social media on representatives of people out there in the space. Like someone like, I'll point to like a true libertarian like Justin Amash. There's a reason why no libertarian gives a fuck about him, because they want to talk about like the crazy shit that makes them feel good. Okay? Like none of these things actually matter to people because they don't care about getting things done or care about some like broader concept. They want things that make them feel good. They give them answers that already aspire, like live within their worldview, or that answer their questions in a safe and easy way. Like, while sure, Destiny could become something, it's not going to happen. He's not going to become that like role model for people. People don't want him as a role model. Even if you talk about like the red pill shit, he's bi. Half the red pill's going to reject him on the spot. Like, it's not going to happen.
Okay, I get what you're saying, Taze, but like, I think a counterexample to what you're talking about. I hate to do this to your internet father counterpoints, but like fucking Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson like went off the fucking deep end and went totally crazy. It
You're a
didn't
fucking
matter
vegetable,
whatever.
bro.
Yeah, you know, it didn't fucking matter any of the shit that he said beforehand. A lot of his fans, I'll fucking raise my hand as one of them, fucking fell off as soon as he just started losing his mind and started fucking cringe posting on Twitter, right? I understand that people are going to like just have blinders on to like the behavior of their idols, right? But it is entirely possible for their idols to do cringy enough things that they immediately just kind of go, yeah, I'm going to bounce. And the problem is that I think Destiny is getting to the point where his influence is going to start to matter. And that's my point. If
He'll do it.
Like, maybe he might. And like he's talking about doing all this political action, doing all this like real life shit, having like an actual impact on politics. It's like he needs to fucking get his shit together then. Like, no offense.
Okay, here's the thing. I think what you're talking about, we're like 5 to 10, maybe actually I shouldn't even say 5, probably like 10 to 15 years out.
Yeah.
You might be
so
right.
He's gonna have to build it.
If we're talking about well, it's not even just about him building it. It's about talking about like people taking an internet personality like Destiny seriously enough. Because the problem comes down to like what happened when he ran like behind one small candidate in fucking Omaha.
They fucked him silly.
Yeah.
They fucked him because the only way he has access to the rest of the world is through these internet communities that are absolute dog shit.
They are.
Like, and to answer Grip, this guy's acting like Destiny's just starting to get big. Destiny's been big for like 6 years. Big in Twitch politics is not big like fucking Ben Shapiro. Okay, like there's a reason why even Destiny looked at his interview with Lex Friedman and was like, "This is embarrassing. My Lex Friedman interview can barely hit 1 million, whereas Shapiro was like in multi-millions within like the first few days." Because where Destiny is big, he really is. He's not at that level where he's mainstream. He is getting there though because of his starting to connect with people who are outside of this space. So you're correct, he'll never be Shapiro, but if he can start to influence the world in 10, 15 years because there starts to become a respect, or you have voters that are now coming of age because they were like Twitch politics people. I'm not okay.
Yeah,
chat,
fellas.
Connor, I now understand why chat drives you insane. Okay?
Yeah, because they're fucking talking shit about you while you're fucking making points and shit.
He'll
They're
never be
fucking pussies.
mainstream, but you're correct. When you have like a significant part of the voter base that was like raised by Twitch, you're gonna have a different dynamic.
Okay, hold on, guys. So I'm falling out super fucking hard. So I kind of gotta dip. But ask stupid question says Destiny hurt your feelings with that response. Did he not admit it hurt you? Yes, he hurt my feelings.
Oh my God.
Destiny also emotionally abused me. Okay.
Destiny kicked me out of his walls when he was moving out of LA. I've been homeless for months until I moved into Counterpoint's walls. So
which is base because he's only
Which
only a few hundred
oh.
miles from fucking
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah. So
Okay.
no. Good night, guys. Ask stupid
Really
questions.
quick,
Okay, it's all
Connor?
based.
If I can make one last comment before we
Uh-huh.
all end the
it.
stream and we go to chat, use more dryer sheets. Your socks smell like shit, Connor. I'm sorry, man. I had to say it. All right. Have a
Okay,
good night,
really
everybody.
quick.
Oh.
Yeah.
Night, bud.
Night.
Really quick. Sick had a question. Do you mind if we just like jump in a question? I'll even answer it for you because I can like be your fucking voice if you want. But
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
just drag him in super quick. Last person just had a question. Sick, you're in here. Make it quick and make it snappy. Let's go. What did you have?
Oh, yeah. Well, yep. I don't have any commentary to ask or add, anyways. I was just curious.
Go, bro.
Oh shit! I'm listening to myself on stream.
It's okay. Pause that. What's up?
Only YouTube is listening to you because I
basically,
just rated
do you
Moist
think
Critical.
that the military, because there's a lot of influence for people to join, maybe for pride or patriotism or money and stuff like that, do you think there's like an influence to join the military like there is to kind of be in Destiny's orbit, in the sense that like there's some attached value to it? Mostly because I'm thinking if you compare our military to something like Israel, where everybody's forced to be a part of the military for some part of time, it kind of reduces
the allure, the prestige.
I don't know, the glory or the pride aspect of it.
Yeah, of course.
If you want, I can. Wait,
But
no,
that-
hold on. I've got the answer for you.
Mhm.
Okay.
If
Do
that
it.
doesn't make any sense at all.
No, that's fine.
No.
Go.
No, what you say makes sense. Here's the reality. You can join YouTube and you can go down whatever content route you fucking want to. There's absolutely no reason why you have to enter into like Destiny's orbit to necessarily be a part of like all of these spaces. While obviously you're talking about like the necessity to join into like certain areas for certain, like, sure, there's a requirement that if you want to be in the military, you have to join the US military, or that there's like, hey, if you want to get out, there's some opportunities there. There's absolutely no comparison where you can say that like this is a one-to-one. Like, you have an option to be in Twitch politics. We've made the choice to really step out of YouTube politics and go into like
Rawly
140K
voluntary.
stuff. Yeah, like,
Yeah,
it
you
is
know what's funny is
entirely
people keep joining Twitch, and I keep like rating into Moist Critical. So like I sent like 40 people, and then I sent like 2 people. Like, so
Yeah, fuck
anyways,
it.
nah. Listen, ask me if you want like a more thought out answer from me next stream. Literally, just ask me that question again. I'm just falling the fuck out, and I can't. It's not like I can't answer it. Yes, I agree with your general premise, but I also think that can be used for positive and negative ends. So if you want like a more in-depth answer, then we'll get into that next stream. But I'm gonna go fall the fuck out. I'm fucking dying.
Yeah,
So-
well, I didn't phrase it very well anyways. It's 2:20 where I'm at. I get to be up at 7, so.
you phrased it just fine. Go get 4.5 hours of fucking sleep. I'm gonna go get 8. So
Yep.
All right, I appreciate y'all, and thank you to chat. Thank you to the roughly 150 people who are still hanging out with us. Have fun chasing whatever other crazy fuck you're gonna chase tonight. Have a beautiful night. Catch y'all.
Take it easy.